Greetings and welcome back to the People's Ascension. It is Saturday, and that means we are back for another exciting episode of, well, the People's Ascension. Channel name and campaign name, not confusing at all. Anyway, yes, welcome back to our weekly campaign series. I am excited for today. All right, thank you for joining us. For anybody just tuning in, I apologize for being 20 minutes late to my own stream because I am a consummate professional and know exactly what I'm doing. But thank you. Yep. Thank you for joining us. Anyone new to the stream, we are primarily a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition campaign series actual play show, but we do all kinds of stuff throughout the week that you can find down in the schedule section of our Twitch page. So throughout the week we do a bunch of cool hangout sessions. But that's not what we're doing today. Today we are playing some of the Dungeons and the Dragons, despite there being very few dungeons and as of yet no dragons. But we'll see. I'm sure we'll get to those eventually.
We had a reskin dragon.
We had a reskin dragon. Yeah, I mean, that kind of. One of these days we'll get an actual dragon. And then the campaign will end.
I was going to say, it's like, that sounds terrible.
Violently.
Yep. Violently. All right. So I don't think I have any major announcements this week because it was an off week. But I feel like I got some good stuff done. Most notably, I'm on my third prep journal. Yep. We have finally completed our second prep journal. We have moved on from blue and we are now on red. I know this is riveting stuff. So
the first one was purple, right?
No, the first one was light blue.
Oh, okay.
I really should have went with green or something, but it was just next on the stack. So we're on our third spiral notebook. It's nice. I mean, look at all this content. And then we're just starting this one. It's great. It's great. What? How many do I have? Is that what you asked?
It's okay. You don't need to actually answer.
No, when I started writing this, I think, because I used to work at Staples, and we're going off on a tangent already. Used to work at Staples, and the last, back to school event before I had enough and walked out, I bought like 24 spiral notebooks. on top of probably another dozen, of these. The black and white, I don't know what they're called. Composition books, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And I stole a whole bunch of little notepads. Like these.
Committing to your crimes on camera.
Yep.
Have visual evidence now.
Yeah. Come at me, Staples. Anyway.
Yes, anyway.
Anyway, moving on. Plenty of writing space for me to work with. Yeah, so that's my big announcement. Really, that's all we got going on. Let's play some D&D. Yeah, we'll continue to do hangout streams throughout the week. So Monday, Wednesday, we'll probably do another Wednesday world building unless I really get the urge to work on Sanket some more, which I probably will. As he goes on a former workplace tirade. Yep, that's yep.
They're always fun though.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm ready for the week to be over, and we can start working towards next week, which will be a better week, I'm sure, and a better. I will be in a better place to run this episode more professionally, I think. Anyway. Wednesday world building. Other than that, we're just kind of hanging out. We'll see if Tuesday I'm doing some more Star Treks, but we're pretty much calling that by ear. So tune into our Discord or our Twitter to, see if that's happening. Anyway, for the third or fourth time, let's play some D&D. Who are you people?
Yeah.
Say hello.
Hi.
No, anyway. Welcome everybody. And welcome our brilliant cast here to another exciting adventure. Let's introduce everybody properly, starting with Taylor. Hello.
Hi. I play Aquila, the Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order.
All right. And Steven?
Hi, Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock of the Farwin Zadok.
And the little oily brain blob, Redna.
Yes.
Well, I play that, but
Familiar.
Redna is there too.
I almost said Paladin of Zadok, which is really weird.
That would be interesting. It would certainly be
It would.
interesting. Multi-class and a paladin. Oh man. Notes
would
for
be
the
a
leer.
That
It-
would
it-
cause a lot of problems.
It'd almost be strangely fitting, considering how often he runs headlong into a...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think he has the strength stat for it.
lift weights. It's fine.
Isn't there maybe not in this edition? There being a way to add charisma to pretty much everything, but I think that's everybody get your drinks ready. A 3.5 sort of situation. Cheers.
Cheers.
Anyway, continuing on, we have next Arlene. Hello.
Hello, that is me. I am Arlene. I play Tali, the orphan wood elf Tempest cleric.
Oh, you're the orphan.
The orphan.
The
/
orphan.
Archlich. Rude.
On the other side of the People's Ascension.
But he gets that reference.
Nope, because it happened before stream. But
Yeah.
most of the humor in these usually dramatic shows is weird inside jokes that the audience is not going to get. So you're welcome. Anyway, on the other side of our logo, we of course, as always, have Christian.
Yeah. I'm sitting over here on a different side of a logo, apparently. I play the newest member. I don't know. Things get weird. Shael'uah and her animal companion, Grushka.
Yeah. And, of course, finally, back up to Stephanie. Hello.
Hi, I play Sevgi, and she's a human sorcerer.
All right, the other half of our Tempest twins. All right, so another important announcement to note, relevant to what's going on now, is at the end of last episode, the party leveled up. They are now level 9.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
No, you did not miss any crazy epic combat. We ticked over our experience gauge, though I'm using milestone and not like actual experience. But we ticked over our metaphorical experience gauge, mainly through roleplay, because I think we had some good roleplay.
Specifically, Ander leveled up from killing Omen.
Pretty much,
He was
yeah.
worth a lot of
Yeah,
experience.
Omen
Yeah.
was worth a lot of experience.
Everyone
Yeah.
else
Well, I mean,
levels
he
up
was the
through
same
trauma.
level we were.
Yeah, you cut him down, and then little green and yellow orbs fall out of him. You just nom 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 nom.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
how I remember it happening.
That's how it happened. Yep.
Yeah, no, it wasn't terribly traumatic for Ander.
Nope. Not
Never enjoyed
emotionally
it.
scarred for the rest of his life. Not developing a psychosis of some sort. He'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's got Zadok to
Fine.
keep saying.
Fine, fine.
He'll worry about dealing with that after, talking to his heavily injured and traumatized kind of girlfriend.
To a girlfriend.
Feel like that's
I don't know. Girlfriend might be a little far
yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Friend is enough to be
Friend.
traumatized
Yeah.
over.
I mean, he's lost a few of those too.
Don't need to make it more than it is.
So far.
Okay.
I say.
So, where did we leave off last week? Let's get started as we always do with a recap. I believe we started off.
Super depressing.
We started off again in Saramov's parlor of his estate, having just blown up the inside of the parlor because of a trapped book. A trapped book that everybody
Nearly
did
killed the senator.
proper due diligence for. However, it was unusually trapped.
Yeah.
With
And then we ended up getting a bunch of information from Malkazir
mhm.
about what was in the in the notebooks. So he was able to decipher some of it, and was kind of acting shady and keeping some of it to himself. So Tali went to go try and like get the books, because at least if we had them, we could get Andrew to decipher them later. But both Askapal and Malkazir wanted them too, because they were arcane senses property. So yeah. And Malkazir also wanted to take Sagana's body too. We decided
Which
that
we did allow.
Oh yeah, we did allow that. Yeah, he can have her. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he found a list of names of like, cult members and stuff in the book, and wants to use it to feed them false information. And Askapal just wants to lock him up right away. So there's like a, headbutting there as usual. And Askapal suggested training more Elogium and sending troops to watch the border of the Fields of Peace. So our plan was to head back to Duepon, check on Trijima on the way, and then wait for boat passage to Sanket, which was going to take a couple of weeks. So Ollie and Akila were going to escort Malkazir back to the census to make sure the book goes where it needs to go.
Now we're
And,
involved
and
in
Sarmal
fraud.
also gave us, government fraud. Yep. Specifically Tali, because she's the one that signed her name on the thing, because Akila and Sevgi couldn't, so kind of had to, even though she doesn't trust Malkazir at all, but it's like kind of have no choice at this point. And then Sarmal also gave us a little chest of payment so that we can give it to Captain Iba.
Even
I think how you pronounce her name, right?
Eba Pearlcarver, yep.
Yeah. And the boat is the Bronze Back.
Yep.
Right, something like that.
On the Bronze Back.
Yeah. Yeah. So while Akila and Tali were heading to the census, Anders, hung back for census reasons, so he wouldn't get caught. He went out to check on Shael'uah, and Shael'uah and Krishka almost like tripped him, so that was cool. That would have been fun to watch if it happened. Yeah, so they had a little chat there. Basically, Andrew just kind of filled her in. Yeah, so at the census, Malkazir and Elisandra just kind of like escorted us in. He gave us some more information that was in the book, which I wasn't expecting, but whatever. This is where my handwriting got messy because I was writing fast. He said that he can use it to detect necromantic surges, although by then it'd be too late, but at least we'll know what happened. What does that say? Oh yeah, he found that pieces of the ritual can be reversed to prevent necromantic effects, though he's not really sure about any side effects or anything like that. He could potentially do that for not a whole army, but maybe a small team, hint, hint, so that they can enter the Fields of Peace. He also mentioned two individuals, V and J in Jenavia, who weren't interested in joining the Cult of Worms. And they seemed pretty important. Oh yeah, and had ties with the royal family in Liskava, which apparently is a vampire barony.
Or to den of vampires, I think was the phrase used.
Yeah, Malkazir indicated that there is indication that there could be an abnormal amount of vampires in the entirety of the country. Not that.
What's a normal amount of vampires?
Anywhere between none and oh god vampires.
That doesn't sound normal, that last one.
No, it really doesn't. So anywhere between none and, I don't know, maybe they probably don't exist.
Oh, and also an experimental arcanist that basically a hedge mage in Onderus, funded by the Cult of Worms. So yeah, Onderus. I spelled that wrong. And evidence that the local order or whatever plans on continuing its search for more ground troops, and they are prioritizing old Etrians. And
Which makes
yeah, so
sense.
yeah. So Malkazir made us a copy of that, of all the information that he already deciphered, and was going to keep working on it. Tali pretty much just signed off on whatever the heck he's doing, basically. Yep.
So
So
they
if he
get the
wants to throw
copy and he
Tali under
gets
the
to
bus,
keep the
he
original.
totally could.
Don't worry, we'd probably all end up under it
Yep.
with you.
Yeah. And we went back to Sarmov, gave Akila handed the copy to Ander.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
pages
and
that
then
we
he
got.
put an illusory script. Yeah. He put an illusory script on it with a keyword, which is Kyrim, which is ancient Etrian for scarlet.
Yeah.
Unless you have the keyword, it looks like a grocery list kind of. It's like a really weird one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were going to head out to Duepon in the morning. Akila wrote to Regina on her on the tablet to let her know what we were going to do. On the way to Trijima, oh yeah, Shael'uah had to cast polymorph to turn Krishka into a rat to get her out of the city. Ender had like
Get her out more easily anyway.
Yeah. We set up camp. Ander, was kind of trying to get to know Shael'uah, introduce Redna, all that fun stuff. Had to go fishing and pick herbs, and Shael'uah made some super yummy food. Yeah, basically we kind of started heading out to Duepon. We passed Trijima, everything looked pretty much okay. So we just kept going. And on the 11th of Domastus, I think, that's what I have, is when we got to Duepon, and you could see like the damage from the battle and stuff like that, like scorch marks, and Akila could still smell a little bit of blood and stuff, and burnt flesh.
And yeah, I was gonna say, and that, and some unpleasantness there.
And town was like kind of fairly empty. The few people that were out and about looked all, sad and sullen and depressed.
Yeah.
Guildhall was even worse off than the rest of the town. There's like, destroyed windows, a bunch of burn marks, scrapes, scuffs, things like that.
There's a portion that was collapsed.
The mezzanine, I wrote that down.
Mm-hmm.
Regina came out to greet us, said that boss made it back safely. Yula was upstairs, and Luteth was in Jemzia's building with the Dr. Talan.
Mm-hmm.
And all the bodies were burned. So Akila went to go check on Eula. She is traumatized but pretending to be okay. And then Ander, Tali, and Sevgi were going to go see Luteth. And we ended up having a conversation with Dr. Talan instead. And
I don't know where any of you got that Eula was traumatized.
well, okay, maybe not traumatized, but she was. You can tell that it was kind of affecting her, and she was injured. But she's just pretending to,
Akila was insisting it was affecting her.
That's the way you were playing it, Jack.
Just pretending it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Not a tough act.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was kind of it.
Yeah, they were about to wake Luteth up. That was where we ended.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, to set the scene, we are back in Duepon. It is, in fact, around midday or so on the 11th of Domastus, a lutus. You guys got into town, got to the guild hall, set your things in your room. Regina acknowledged that you have been through some stuff and obviously had more to continue with, and that she would want to be informed of, what went down, what happened in the meeting with Saramov, and the plans going forward, but you can do that on your time. So after taking just a little bit of time to settle in, get your stuff situated back in your rooms, I think everyone pretty much immediately went out to go check on others. Akila, of course, had her conversation with Eula, and I believe it was Ander, Tali, and Sevgi who went over to Jimzia's sort of apothecary outhouse at the guild hall to check on Luteth, who is currently napping. And so you had a conversation with Dr. Talon. And Shliva was on the lookout for the elf girl who recruited her, kind of, or something like that. Sent her in this direction, looking for the peephole's Ascension.
Those peepholes ass chicken.
Chin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ascension.
Ascension. That's what it was.
That's right.
Yeah. I
knew there was a vowel.
Yeah. I missed a syllable there. That's why I didn't sound right. That's fine.
The new canonical name for
Right.
our group.
I was gonna put that up in our Twitch announcement, but I'm like, people aren't gonna get that. People are gonna be like, what is this nonsense? I don't know. Maybe that would attract more viewers. Who knows?
They don't already think that?
Kinky. People are into some weird shit, man.
What is this nonsense?
I crack jokes because what's about to happen is probably going to be somewhat depressing.
Well, we'll see. Do we want to jump into that? It is where we left off.
It's up to you, Jack. It's either depressing, possibly conversation with someone who's been seriously injured, or elf girl that's not a girl.
Right.
How you want to start things off, man?
Well, yeah, let's start off with Luteth. Just to see how that goes. So, again, you find yourself in the back room of Jimzia's apothecary house, an outbuilding on the People's Ascension campus. I say campus, it's really just a small section of a new part of town. It's dark in here. I should say this back room is really probably Jimzia's bedroom. Is really what it is. It has been sort of cleared out a bit more so that the doctor had room to operate and have his any of his equipment brought in, and to not make it too cluttered, I suppose, for either him or Luteth. A desk has been moved into the corner just for Dr. Talon to work on things while being nearby. And there's not really a lot of room because it is just a small outbuilding. There's the main open chamber where people would go to, get their supplies, or her workshop off to one side of that room. There's a supply closet where she keeps all of her things, and then her bedroom. So at this point, the bedroom is now both Dr. Talon's office and Luteth's hospital room, basically. You're back there. The blinds have been closed. The curtains have been closed. It's relatively dark. There's a couple candles lighting the room, just enough for Dr. Talon to do some work, and for there to be just enough light that you don't, trip over things. Luteth is laying in the bed. There's a stark contrast between how well she is usually put together and how she is right now. Her normally long, golden blonde, silky, shiny hair is all matted up and frizzy behind her from probably several days of laying in this bed. There's a thin sheen of sweat on her brow and on her chest. There is a sort of antiseptic smell to the air, on top of an earthy sort of poultice-like smell. Her arm is up on this sort of wooden support easel, whatever you want to call that, and it is more or less cast. It is wrapped, and then a layer of wax and a layer of clay has been adhered to that to make a sort of ye olde cast. And you were just told by Dr. Talon that her shoulder and her upper arm were fractured in many places, and that because of the sort of rapid healing process that healing magics provide, they decided not to apply direct healing magic for a couple days, as they had to reset the bones and make sure everything was in order before applying the healing. Because as you know from your own adventures, if you apply healing magic to a broken bone and that bone is not set, it will fuse and heal as it is. So over the course of, it's been about a week, really, since Duepon was attacked. And you were just told that they are in the process of sort of weaning her off her medication, and getting ready to start applying a little bit more healing magic to just help the process towards its end stages. So after this short conversation with Dr. Talon, he does sort of leave the room to you as he goes back into the front room to talk to Jenavia. I keep wanting to call her Grisandra, but she's not here anymore. To go and talk to Jenavia. And probably find Kedrith. So,
Yep. Is there a seat or anything next to Luteth's bed?
Yeah.
Chair?
Yeah, there's a little wooden chair.
Yeah, I guess Ander will go kind of to the chair, sit down next to where she is. And very gently, I'll say it louder than he would just for this, but hey, Luteth, you awake? It sounds weird even just saying that loud. Like that's something that feels like it should be whispered. Like just kind of trying to gently wake her.
Right.
He doesn't want to like shake her or bring her out abruptly, but
sure. Yeah. So you notice there's a little bit of a tightening to her brow, and her eyes sort of lazily flicker open a little bit, and she sort of lazily turns her head and flops to the side of the pillow in your direction. Oh, hi, Ander. Are you a doctor too?
not the last time I checked, unfortunately. That would probably prove useful. No, we just got back into town, and I heard what happened. I just wanted to come check and see how you were doing.
Yeah, the ceiling fell on me.
So I heard. I'd say, all things considered, for someone of the spellcasting profession, you came away from that well alive, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't want to be like the ghost ladies.
Out of curiosity, does she seem just like still half asleep or on serious painkillers?
She is definitely on painkillers and also sort of half asleep. So it's a combination of both, but she is definitely a little loopy.
Okay.
Good drugs.
Yes, I would hate for you to be like them too. How are you feeling?
My arm hurts.
Yes, the doctor, Talon, we spoke with him and he went into great detail about the injury. But
He has cold hands.
yes, I would imagine one of them is very much so. It did sound
Also
like
really
there's. It did make it sound like there was a decent chance, though, that you would come through all right, though.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive job you did defending the town, though. Seen what attacked it before, and quite formidable. You and the rest of the chance encounters. And grimaces every time he says it a little bit. Did an amazing job. Should be proud.
Rennick was worried.
Yes, Rennick talks a big game.
What kind of game? I like games. Are we gonna play a game? It's boring in here. Why is it so dark?
We could play something if you want, I suppose. don't have anything with me. Tali still has her backpack on? Or did she go to her room and set it down?
Honestly, I probably would have. Actually, I probably would have brought it with me. It's probably set down like in the corner or something.
Don't you have a like site or something? Didn't you buy some
I
game
have.
somewhere?
Yeah, I think so. Let me see. What do I have? I have a domino set. That's all I have. Oh, just have a domino set. There's no way. Okay, nope, that's it.
That probably. Is there like a small table or something in here that could be pulled up?
Yeah, there's a little end table.
A nightstand?
Yeah.
How
Okay.
does dominoes sound?
Okay. Can play dominoes.
I don't know, man. I came into this. I didn't expect drugged up and loopy. I should have.
Yeah. She just had her arm. Well, not just, but
I'll say
her
it's
arm's
been a little while.
Yeah, it's been about a week, but
Yeah.
Thought they would have started weaning her off.
I
by
mean, you
now.
try having your arm crushed and see how much painkillers you're on.
yeah. They're
Yeah,
they're
well.
just starting to wean her off.
Dominoes, Tali would like try to do something with her hair. How much of a pain in the butt that would be. That would suck. Like not have anyone in your hair while you're knocked out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we can unless there's more you want to do there. She will slowly get a little bit more normalized as you continue to have conversation and play dominoes, but so if there's anything more serious you want to actually talk about after half an hour or so of her waking up and concentrating on something new.
That's fair. I don't know. I'm slightly thrown off now. That went very differently than I expected it to. I mean, I guess while they're playing dominoes, just making small talk and stuff. As she starts to, when he notices, she starts to, a little more with it. So I guess I'll ask again now that I think the answer might be more accurate. How are you holding up?
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. This thing's holding my arm up. Is Eula okay? She was in here too sometime, and then she wasn't.
I haven't been to see her yet. I know Akila's, I think, checking on her now, but Regina said she was doing all right. Nasty.
I do remember that after Aquila finished up with you, I did say I was going to go see how Luteth was, so should arrive at some point.
Yeah, you've probably you can arrive right now if you would like.
Sure.
Well, I would say speak of the devil, but I feel like that would probably be insulting.
Probably, you're saying it.
Oh. How's
Eula?
Eula? There we go. Yep. How's Eula doing?
She's all right. Having trouble bearing weights on that leg. She's,
Yeah.
trying to act all tough.
I wonder where she could have. Well, no, she had that before we met her, I think. Still, I'm sure you can appreciate that trait.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't
Of
think
course.
she's used to people being nice to her.
Yes, I've heard before the tiefling condition is a unfortunate one in society.
Is it?
Sometimes.
Especially little small towns.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't know.
A legend or obviously some sort of infernal blood there, or at least people assume with the traits, horns, skin, etc.
Right. Yeah, I've heard some of that, but
Superstition tends to
mm,
paint that poorly.
yeah. I suppose I don't necessarily put as much weight in it, considering my people have different origins for the other races.
I don't put much stake in it because I've seen people without horns that were worse than anything with it. But I've seen firsthand the.
I don't think I would want horns. It must be really difficult to brush your hair.
No, but you could put lots of nice accessories on them.
Mm.
Or maybe it wouldn't be so bad depending on how you style your hair.
I feel like this is a conversation I'm not really qualified to. Wait,
I mean,
I don't tell
again,
this a
it's like,
conversation.
remember,
I was going to say, wait, how is this a conversation you're qualified to have people?
I can speculate.
Fair.
Just because I don't have hair doesn't mean I can't observe other people who have it.
Meanwhile, Tali's sitting behind Luteth, brushing her hair.
Yeah.
Yep, trying to get all the mats and tangles out.
Yep.
Dead twigs aside, she probably is the most qualified.
Mm. Yeah.
No comment on that, Dolly.
Sorry, what? I was typing.
Oh, I said
Dead
dead
Twigs aside.
dead
He's
dead
saying you
dead
have dead
twigs
twigs in your
aside.
hair.
My twigs are alive now, thanks, Shliva. I replace them occasionally.
She has said that before, yes. She
These
does
are
replace them
vines,
occasionally.
not twigs.
My mistake. Sorry.
Yeah, get it right. So how are things in here?
I mean, about what you'd expect for a makeshift
I
hospital
mean, I
room.
wasn't
suppose.
asking about the physical condition of the building.
It smells
I
weird.
wasn't really speaking to it either.
Yes, it has a very particular smell in here.
I mean, I would imagine
Window?
an herbalist office would smell pretty
There's
nice,
lots of smells
actually.
anyway.
There's a lot of different competing smells, and it's not
Fair.
just herbs. It's
would have-
also
That's
oils
fair.
and acids and
That's fair. It's more than just her. Yeah.
yeah.
I always think of
And,
like a tobacco
oh,
shop, but it's way more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
and then there's going to be lots of aromatic herbs that don't always match.
Yeah.
And besides, Jack also said there was sort of an antiseptic smell.
Yeah, that would be the makeshift hospital part.
Oh, I know. It's like, yes,
Is there a
there's
window
very
that someone could
particular
open?
smells in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can open the window.
I know you
There.
described the arm setup. Are her fingers free, or are they like fully casted up? I can't remember.
Yeah, her fingers are free. Actually, her wrist is more or less articulate.
I mean, in theory, since the damage was mainly to the
Yeah,
upper arm,
up
that
here.
makes
So
sense.
she's cast basically down just past her elbow, so she doesn't move her lower arm and mess things up on top. But her wrist is fine, but it's cast from basically the middle of her lower arm up to just about
I
her
was gonna say,
shoulder,
would it?
and then it's slung
Okay,
and
that makes more sense.
and more or less attached to this sort of wooden horse that her arm is resting against.
Okay, I see.
So, how's your hand mobility in your hand? Injury affected at all, or are you still have
Hello.
able to? I get tongue tied. Able to feel everything in it still. I know that's one of the big concerns with arm injuries.
It's a little tingly.
Yeah. Surprised. I'm not surprised, but hopefully if you can move it that much, there's no major nerve damage. I know the doctor said chances were very good, if not pretty much a given. I forget. I tend to be pessimistic about things, but that when it's all said and done, your spell casting shouldn't be impacted.
I'll figure it out. Lorene says that the the weave is more intuitive, so we'll be able to work on something.
If nothing else, I'm living proof that there's always more than one way to accomplish that.
Are
Oh
you trying to
yeah, you're
encourage her?
weird.
No, more that there's not just one way to create magical effects.
Fair.
And yes, that was my response to the doctor was, no matter what, I'm sure you'd find a way.
Mm-hmm.
How's the rest of your group doing? I'm sure they've been in here quite regularly checking on you.
Yeah, Rennick would come in and tell stories.
I decide if that counts as torturing a patient or not.
Mm.
I know Bost was chomping at the bit to get out of Cairquin the moment we got back.
I don't think you're supposed to share those with your horse.
Supposed to be some good painkillers.
Oh yeah, she's been this the entire time.
I think it is unfortunately just sort of ruining anything Steven's trying to do.
Yeah.
I got nothing. Like I said, I mean, I think at this point he would probably default back to just trying to keep entertained and happy. As she said, she was bored, trying to make small talk and something to amuse her. But
Okay.
yeah, it definitely isn't a there wasn't necessarily a serious conversation I had planned, but he would be avoiding any serious topics in this state anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, apparently Jenavia knows
she's
how to cook up some real good stuff.
Ah,
Because she
not
is out of it.
surprised, but
hey,
so
gal.
yeah, I think at this point it
Oh.
would just be, yeah, trying to just keep her entertained and I guess somewhat distracted,
Okay.
trying to be nice.
So you can continue with that for however long you wish to do so. Now, I suppose, Shael'uah, you were looking for an elf woman. Any plans on how to go about that?
I suppose that Shael'uah would wander around the campus, as you call it, looking for either the elf girl that I had met previously, or the dwarf woman that I had met previously.
Okay. Well, actually, it wouldn't take you long before you do see Molgami, the dwarf woman. Because she and Rennick are helping with repairs to the guild hall. So you see Molgami carrying this large wooden beam, and Rennick is in the back, sort of fumbling with a toolbox full of tools and a bag of nails and whatnot.
Hello there.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Long time no see.
Right. Oh, you're the. Yeah, I remember you. We saw you in the forest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
yeah, yeah. Well, you found us. Not the best of times.
Yeah, it seems like this place is falling apart.
Hey, they did a number on it. Yeah.
Ooh, who's they?
Oh, a whole mess of undead, dead things.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Um, the zombies and the skeletons and the ghost things. I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen some of those. I think.
Oh, that's concerning.
Why? They're everywhere, right?
They shouldn't
That's
be.
yeah. That's fair.
Uh, well, I guess we have our work cut out for us then. Wait, where
Oh, is
did you
that
see
what?
them?
Um, it's the place with the river. Try Gemma? Yeah, that one.
That's the little place up north. Yeah?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good.
They don't usually attack like towns and stuff.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's probably not good then.
No. No.
Well, I took your advice. I found the Sorry Mob at at the bigger place. Um,
Yeah, he's a real fancy one, ain't he?
if you say so.
All right.
I think I'm going to be going to a desert with some of the other people.
Desert. There's no deserts around here.
Yeah, it's we have to take a boat.
Oh. I don't know about boats. I don't know how I like boats.
Yeah, I've only been on the one.
Oh.
They said it was a ferry. Is it the same? It's the same.
I don't think so.
No?
No. I think real boats are bigger.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Not a lot of boats in race.
Yeah, I didn't see any when I was there either.
No. No. I mean some river boats. But eh.
Probably hard to put a boat in a swamp.
Yeah, yeah, probably. Probably. Get all stuck in the mud. I don't know how I feel about mud either.
So does anybody need help with anything? I haven't really built a house.
Yeah, we're trying to put the ceiling back up. So, yeah, I guess, lumber, hidden nails, making sure things don't fall over.
Yeah, I can help. I think.
Yeah, all right. Rennick will walk up and hold a hammer out to you. Hiya, I'm Rennick. Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name's Shael'uah.
Shael'uah. All right.
Is this a common greeting where you're from?
Yes?
Gesturing to the hammer.
Oh. No. I thought you were gonna help. So, hammer?
Thank you. Grab the hammer. Just sort of stand there awkwardly with it.
Okay. Uh yeah, so you can help put in supports for the ceiling and the balcony space, the what'd you say, mezzanine?
Yep,
Yeah.
mezzanine.
Yeah. So you can help rebuild that. Okay. Hmm?
I do that.
You do that. All right.
Yeah.
Well, the day will continue on then, whether you are spending it playing dominoes or brushing hair or helping rebuild the guild hall.
Mhm.
And this time is your time, so it's up to you guys what you want to do.
Um, and two of the big things for Ander during whatever downtime he has, because I'm assuming at some point Blue Death's probably going to fall back asleep.
Yeah,
Generally
probably.
speaking, I've noticed people on painkillers like that tend to sleep more than they don't. It's actually going to either, if Akila's still in the room, or go find Akila and then Regina and ask if he can borrow the tablets from them again.
Okay.
And spend his time at the guild hall working on that project.
What do you guys want to get together and debrief Regina?
Oh yeah, I
Well,
guess we do need to do that.
Yeah.
And as much as I am usually against the I exposit and tell them everything line, we've been doing recap for the past few episodes, so
Yeah.
I feel like we understand the information that we currently have, so we can just say you take the evening.
We exposit everything.
And I mean, if there's things you specifically want to play out,
Yeah.
don't let me stop you. But
I did have something, especially if Andrew's going to come and ask about the tablet.
well, is this like an official meeting, or is everybody there? Is this during the
Well,
I
I
say
was saying this was
everything
just
time?
when he was asking about borrowing the tablets.
No, I'm
All
just
those-
trying to establish if we're getting business out of the way first, or if you're ignoring the whole we need to debrief thing and getting on with other projects.
I'm not ignoring it. No.
So I would say, because I forgot about that,
Mm.
whenever Luteth falls back asleep, since I think everyone but Shael'uah was in the room with us anyway, so should we go deal with debriefing?
No, it's probably best to get that over with.
So yeah, we would then go talk to Regina.
Okay. Just in the main hall of the guild hall, Shael'uah is there with Molgami and Rennick. They are more or less putting the room back together. Well, I imagine Shael'uah is just sort of awkwardly standing there trying to pass tools, usually the wrong ones, holding things.
Oh yeah. Shael'uah definitely gave Krushka the hammer to chew on. Is probably
Sure.
like fetish.
Yes.
Yeah. So you open the door to the guild hall. Ander, make a dex save.
Okay.
Oh no.
So you're mid conversation with the rest of your group talking about something, and you open the door not expecting anything, still having a conversation with somebody. Your head is turned as you open the door, and you are hit in the chest with a hammer. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. Because it was just a lightly tossed hammer, it wasn't a proper attack. But you are hit. We'll say with the wooden end of the hammer. It didn't even hit with the the metal end. You are hit with the handle of the hammer, and you're like, "Oh, fuck!" And just as you realize something hit you, this large badger comes diving towards you.
Now we're opening the door to Regina's office, or
No, just
the door
just
to the main hall?
hall. Yeah, just the main
okay,
hall.
okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
I was so confused.
Yeah, you open the door to the main hall, and Krushka, is mid-air chasing the hammer as this large badger slams into you, knocking you backwards into Tali, who is just behind you. And the three of you fall to the ground and sort of tumble a little bit. The badger scrambling. Both of you get just a few cuts and nicks, not enough for any actual damage. As Krushka scrabbles up, spins around a little bit looking for the hammer, grabs it and runs back to Shael'uah.
I really hope this isn't going to become a thing.
Kind of hope it does. It's entertaining. Help Tolly and Ander back up.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe not with hammers, but it was at least a bit entertaining.
Only when it's not happening to you.
I mean, that would be impressive if it took me down.
No, it's kind of a heavy badger. No.
Yes.
Well, I was.
Right point
and
on
I
the
can-
on your center of gravity, you know.
Mm,
It could be knocked down if you hit it in the right place.
well, let's get on to our meeting.
Yes.
You're all. I mean, so long as you're all right, Ander. You don't need to go get some painkillers too, do you?
No. Probably have a
Good.
lovely bruise tomorrow, but beyond that, I'm all right.
I mean, that's far from the worst you've sustained, so that's not bad.
So, of course,
Depends.
Shael'uah, as the one who threw the hammer, you witnessed this entire event. But also the rest of the group, if you are proceeding forward, it is up to you whether you would like to include Shael'uah again in your continued conversation.
I was actually debating that internally, and I think that just answered my question. As to whether that would be productive or not.
I mean, that's the
Hey,
thing.
man,
It's like
I'm
what
not
we're
the one
going
who
to
decided
debrief on. She wasn't really involved in. But I mean, I'm fine with it.
What did you
Either
say,
way.
Christian?
I said to Steven, hey man, I'm not the one who made you roll for anything. I wasn't trying to throw a hammer at your chest.
I didn't say you were.
Just trying to be as close to productive as I can be in my current situation.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not blaming you for that, but honestly, that would be like Andrew would be like, yeah, okay, let's just get this debrief over with quickly.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. So you can leave Shael'uah and Krushka to continue playing with hardware equipment and head into Regina's office.
At least they're not power tools.
Right.
Power tools don't really exist. I mean, some might still remain, but that's not the point.
So, is there anything, for whatever reason, you're purposely leaving out in this conversation with Regina?
Not that I can think.
Yeah.
Probably the fraud.
Okay.
Look, she doesn't need to be involved in that one.
Yeah. Plausible deniability for the guild.
Yep.
Um,
It's like, that's the only thing I can think to leave out.
So, I would imagine that Ander would probably not explicitly cover how Omen died unless she asked. They would go over everything that happened during and he would probably mention that Omen had been possessed or taken over, whatever his best understanding of that whole thing. During the battle he was killed.
but
And that's
not
probably-
that you had to do it.
That's how he would probably put it out there. If she asked for more specifics about his death, if that is something she would do, then he would go into, like, this is what happened. But
Yeah, she would ask about the details.
like he would skip over it less as a, I don't want to tell her, more as a, I just don't really want to think about that myself.
Mm.
Yeah.
But if she asked for more details, he would go into more detail, since he does believe it was something that needed, like, it had to be done at the moment. It just not exactly happy about it either.
Mm. Okay. Well, I think given the circumstances, that was probably for the best. It's hard to know if there was anything else that could have been done for him. But in that situation, that was definitely a solution. That's not a criticism. I'm there are things out there that will fuck with your head. And sometimes there's not a readily apparent way to deal with them.
Yes, I'm
And
sure given time and resources, we could have found some way to reverse it. Whether that would have still,
but you didn't
I
have
don't know if
time and
that would've-
resources.
yes.
He was cutting down his own friends. I know that happened to me. I'd want you to put me down. So, don't beat yourself up about it too much. So, well, I suppose that brings up the matter of, well, you said there's a funeral, or sort of a part 2 that needs to be done.
Yes. According to what we found, the Rom burial tradition, the heart and armor are to be interred. And
Well, given the loss we suffered only shortly ago, I did decide to purchase a section of the new the addition to the graveyard that's being built in the new section of town. We have a People's Ascension mausoleum being built. It's a sad fact that in our line of work, our life expectancies are generally less than the average person. We'll have a space for him. It was just about completed before all of this happened.
beyond that, we need to speak with Habrick. The other part of that ritual is that the ashes from the cremation are supposed to be made into,
Or
or
smelted into iron or steel.
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 Steel, one of those. Look, it has iron in it.
some sort of weapon or armor that the comrades or the what's the word?
The clan usually.
Clan. That's what I was looking for. My tribe was what was coming to my mind. I'm like, that's not right. normally that the clan would then use. Best we can tell, Omen seemed to be somewhat estranged from his, so not to be presumptive, but I think at the end we fit the bill.
I don't think any of us got a chance to know him all that well, but I think out of everyone, it'd be you guys. I don't get the sense that he had a home anymore. And
Yes.
it has troubled me since learning of his fate that I wasn't more welcoming here. There were politics that needed to be played, and I've been sucked into this life. A couple years ago, I would have said screw it.
Unfortunately, easier said than done when trying to work at higher levels.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know it's too little too late, really, but for whatever it means in this fledgling organization, he'll be buried with whatever honors we can give him as a member of our family. And hopefully we can do his remains justice. That that should also help Habrick. He's been sort of avoiding maintenance on his forge since the attack. So he's fine. Symbolic, really, with everything else going on, but that should get him to work doing something actually meaningful. You can only make so many nails when that is largely the extent of the damage we have in town.
Yes. Being attacked in your home tends to affect people.
Yes.
But I think, at least as far as that part of the ceremony goes, it's not too many better smiths he could ask for to work with his remains. It's a weird statement.
Well, we'll have to set that up. I'll leave that up to you as far as when you want to have that service. It is of course Delendis tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd mentioned that before.
Right. I mean, usually this be a time of merriment for the town. It's from what I gather, it's always been a sort of small town festival. I don't think anybody's really in the mood right now. I think it'd be good to do something.
Yes. I'm not entirely sure a funeral will raise the mood, but
No,
No.
something a bit lighter.
Be some kind of feast. He likes feasts.
Something for the town might be nice.
A feast for the town.
Perhaps. I don't I don't expect anybody, especially any of you, to put on a whole festival, but
Well,
I think unfortunately public relations with the guild and the people in town here are... Well, there's two sides to that coin, as there always is. There's those that are grateful because a good number of the people who remained in town fled here. Not all of them. I don't know where all the others went. But some thank us for keeping them safe, and others blame us for bringing problems home. So,
From what I understand, some of the problem was here to start with.
it does seem to be the case, but you know, we rattled the cage. Or at least
Yes.
that's what they think.
They might think that.
I
It
don't
seems
think
like.
passing the buck and pointing fingers is really the best way to mend fences.
Oh, I'm not blaming them for it either. I'm just saying it was a thing that was.
Well, I wouldn't call myself a qualified party planner, but if we can help in any way.
Well, there's Eloise, Berlin, and Bearda down at the Battered Cod. They're probably the most likely to, you know, be able to and perhaps want to put something on.
Mm.
There's Mayor Corvo, of course, if you want to have a conversation with him.
What's his standing or opinion of the guild right now?
He's
He's a politician.
He is. He understands the importance of you know, not blaming us too much, not ostracizing us from the community. We we do bring in some level of prestige, let alone business. A good number of the town sees him as a leader. He obviously, I mean, not only is he the mayor, but I believe from what I gather, he was fairly instrumental in organizing at the very least, or recruiting for the militia we set up. Not much of a combat mind, but very good at rallying people.
Yes, we've only encountered him a few short times, or I have anyway. But he definitely came across as a very charismatic individual.
He might have some opinions of what the people would like to see.
Perhaps he's trying to promote business getting back to normal as much as he can.
Well, I think a way of doing that would be raising morale.
Yeah, of course.
Well, and we can talk and meet with them if you'd like.
There's also the farmsteads off to the east. I know you have a relationship with Lorcus and his family. They did flee inside the walls when they heard what was going on, and for the most part, their land was really just passed through. There's no reason to attack a farm, but it was thoroughly trampled. So they, from what I understand, they lost a good number of crops. But I mean, aside from downed fences and trampled crops, his buildings are more or less all right.
They just do crops, no livestock.
I think they had a horse, but aside that, I
That's
don't
Not what.
no productive livestock from what I understand.
Okay.
Actually, yes, there was livestock. Actually, now that I remember, they
Oh.
did have a few. She will correct herself. I think they did have a few, a small pen of various animals, goats, pigs. I don't know if they had I don't know if they had a cow or so. It was a small operation. They mainly sold their crops, but I think they did have, for their own personal use, some pigs for seasonal meat, goats for dairy. I'm not really a farm person.
That's fine.
There's plenty of room in town now that half or probably more left. So he may have some pigs and goats hanging out in someone's house. I don't know. I mean, by this time, I'm sure they've moved back.
Ah. Um. so, yes, as I said, if you'd like us to go check on seeing what people would be willing to do, we can. As I said, I don't necessarily have any ideas myself, but the mayor and the battered cod might have some ideas for things.
Probably did present an idea of a feast. Maybe not necessarily a single feast, but hot meal might be nice to give to the people.
I mean, if you have the means to cook a hot meal for a few hundred people, I could help. I mean, there's not a lot of structural damage, so
Exactly. So still possible.
yeah.
And we could, well, that's the thing, it's like we use that as a means of sort of stimulating things by purchasing goods with which to cook it.
Sure.
And drink and all that.
I'm so conflicted on this because Steven knows how difficult catering that event would be.
Yes.
Ander does not.
I know. It's like, no, I know. Keel doesn't know shit about this.
Well, I'll leave that up to you. Like I said, it is tomorrow. We don't have a lot of prep time.
Yeah, that's also very true.
And
I know.
I think if somebody was planning something, they'd have done it already. So I think it's up to you guys as far as what you might want to do and who you might want to rally for that. But it was simply a suggestion if you don't have other things you need to get done. I just know it could certainly help with the guild's image and, of course, help the town recover.
Actually, speaking of other things to work on, would you mind if and actually Akila, since you're here too, would you mind if I borrowed the tablets while we're here? I'm trying to
now?
see if, well, it seems as good a time as any to ask. Well,
Yeah, sure. I just wasn't sure if you were about to immediately run up to your room and start studying it.
no, but to go
Okay.
ahead and get them so that when I did have
No,
downtime,
that's fine. That's fine.
I'm trying to see if I can understand how they work. There might possibly be some ways to replicate some of their effects, which I think we can all agree would be helpful.
Okay.
Sure, I'll
Um,
get it from my bags later.
is that something you want Lorene's help with?
If she would be willing, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt. I'm not entirely sure what her opinion of me is. We kind of left immediately after.
I think we're all largely just confused. Probably apprehensive.
I can approach her with it and I would
Well,
love to have the assistance of someone as knowledgeable as her. If she is willing to work with someone who she's probably been told is out to overthrow civilization her entire professional career.
What do you mean, probably?
she could help. Yeah, I suppose it couldn't hurt.
I-
She'll open a drawer and pull out a tablet.
Thank you. I'll make sure to get it back to you before we leave town. Well, I think that about covers everything we've encountered. But I don't know if we covered our next steps in that debriefing as
I
well.
would have
But
thought that would
Sure.
be involved in the debrief.
Yeah, yeah. So you're off to Sanket then?
yes, we just need to find this Captain Pearl Carver.
No, it's entirely possible that she won't be in for a couple weeks.
Was it weeks or days?
Weeks.
Weeks.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why I wasn't too concerned about you having time to study the tablet.
sure. So, yes, I suppose we've got a little bit of downtime until her ship comes in. Since I don't really.
Mhm.
That sounds like the best approach to getting there. But yes,
The other
to
way,
Sanket and
much longer.
Sanket, and hopefully for once we can get ahead of the cult this time.
That would be nice.
Right, let's hope.
And yeah, I guess there's nothing else. Make our way out.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, did you want to pick up Shael'uah on the way out?
I
I
gotta give
didn't know.
Shael'uah a room.
Oh, yes, that's right. Popped my head back. Has Regina she saw Shael'uah when we first came in, didn't she?
They've been introduced.
That's what I thought.
But they still need to go through the proper, if you want to join the guild, go through the proper paperwork, sign all the forms and the questionnaires and the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Popped my head back into Regina's office. About our new companion. Actually, before I forget.
Right. She
At the very least,
seems like an interesting one.
We're very good at attracting interesting people.
You're kind.
Yet another fact of our profession. It takes all kinds.
Mainly the crazy ones, but yes.
What I mean, we'll go through this together with her during her what's the word I'm looking for?
Presentation?
Hmm?
Onboarding?
Onboarding,
yeah.
yeah. Initiation. Yeah. But what I mean, she has a large badger thing.
Mm-hmm.
Krishka.
Krushka, right? Right. I suppose she's some sort of beastmaster of some kind.
Yep.
If that makes it easier for you, then yes.
I'm not sure she realized that
I'm
she
not
was a druid.
I'm not sure coming from you that comforts me. I wasn't terribly
Yes.
concerned about it until now.
Well, I do believe we discussed telling each other the truth, or making sure we weren't hiding things.
Mm.
I'm fairly certain she's not a ranger. But you also have a lot of
Shouldn't
things
it
to.
be up to her about telling this sort of stuff?
I just like the ironic symmetry of it was one of Christian's characters who spilled Anders' secret, and now it's Anders spilling one of Christian's secrets.
Yeah, secret.
Secret, yeah.
Entirely unintentional, actually.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, kind of outing another character.
Mhm.
Well, to be fair, Ander just barely avoided trouble that was caused by keeping things under wraps.
Mhm.
So it is definitely, if nothing else, in his best interest right now to be honest about things.
Sure.
And hence
That's how you
why
justify it.
so I was trying to let Regina signal whether or not she wanted, since I would imagine from that statement, she's a smart woman, she can probably put two and two together. Whether she wants it officially on the record or not, especially at this point in.
It can't be on the record. She's illegal.
On the record with Regina. Once again, plausible deniability.
Well, you're removing that by.
Yes, I was trying to be subtle about it.
Were you?
You really weren't.
I'm done.
Well, he did say this was likely going to be the case. It's gonna make things difficult. But yes, I suppose if we know ahead of time, we can try to stay ahead of complications. Like I said, takes all kinds.
Indeed. Well, I'll let you decide how best to proceed with that. If you'd like, we can take her upstairs and find a room for her. Or if you'd, I don't know if that's something you would rather do as leader of the guild, or.
What was that?
I was saying if she wanted, we could go ahead and get her set up with a room. I didn't know if that was something that she would want, that she wanted to do herself or not.
Oh, no, feel free. I will need to have a conversation with her about how to properly fill out this paperwork.
Yes, that should be interesting. Be prepared. I get the feeling she hasn't
Interesting.
spent. I get the feeling she hasn't spent a lot of time around society. She's perfectly
Right.
friendly, just not uh, conventional, I suppose.
Well, I look forward to seeing what exactly you mean. I guess.
Yes, I'm still not sure what
Okay.
I mean.
Thought she was
Watch out
nice.
for flying hammers.
What? As Akila gets up and walks out the door. Okay, so I'll leave the rest of you to do whatever you will, unless there's anything more you might want to bring up. It sounded like the end of the conversation.
Yeah, in that conversation. So yeah, unless she has anything else, yeah, I'd say we get up and head out back into the main hall.
Tali, did you have something?
No.
Okay.
Have something? No, I don't think I did.
Okay. So the four of you can go out amongst your evening, and
Oh, good.
I was leading into Shliva. So if there's anything more for you from you,
No, yeah, I was just gonna say as we go out, was going to call out to Shliva and so I assume she's still out in the main hall playing fetch with her Badger, Vereen, Wolvadger. Oh, nope, that sounds weird.
Badgerine.
Yeah, I like
Nope,
Badgerine better.
Yep, Badgerine.
painted orange,
Sounds like a weird tangerine. It's a
big,
bad tangerine.
fuzzy, vicious orange.
Shliva,
Tangerine.
well,
And
you're not. Yes. While you're not particularly busy right now,
I'm helping.
would you? Well, if you want to take a minute, we should probably go get you set up with a room so you have a place to stay while you're here.
Oh, this is another one of those places?
Yes. And yeah, I guess we'll have her. Yes, follow me. We'll go upstairs and find a place for you. And head upstairs and go look for a room. I forget. Did not so it's the ones that are occupied have nameplates on them
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
There's
suppose
still
you should be able to,
yeah, there's still plenty of rooms to choose from.
yeah. I suppose you can pick any one that doesn't have a name on the door already. If you have a preference.
Does it matter?
Not
Am I staying
particularly.
with anybody else?
Well, the Kushka, I imagine.
Yeah. But beyond that, we all have our own rooms here.
Yeah, this is where we stay when we're not, traveling around.
Okay. Just like idly walk up to the first room that doesn't have a nameplate on it.
Okay. I wasn't sure if she'd want one with like the window out, like view, specific view or something. I don't know.
Well, they pretty much all had windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I changed it to specific view. But okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
try not to just dictate which one she went to.
Mm.
Okay. Well, yes, if there's anything you want to keep in here, this is your private room now. Whenever you get settled, though, head back downstairs and speak with Regina, the woman we met when we came in. She'll need to go over some things with you before we end up leaving town and traveling.
No. Make it official that you're with us.
Okay. I can do whatever I want with this.
Aside
Yeah.
from burning it down.
Yeah.
Oh, why would I do that?
As long as it's not damaged, you know. But yeah, you could probably decorate or rearrange however you want.
I expect there will be plants all in there. Dirt and
Mhm.
leaves and all sorts of plant detritus.
Yes, I would say keep the damage to a minimum. As far as that, the only things I know that are frowned upon are fire and flood.
Both of which have happened in Anders' room. Character.
That was why he said that.
Yes. Thank you, Tali.
It's Tolly. I mean, seriously.
Um, while we're up here, Akila, do you mind if I grab that
Oh,
tablet?
the tablet? Sure.
I'm actually going to go broach the subject to Lorene and see how that goes.
So while you're
I
up
mean,
here, actually looking at, sorry, Aquila, if you had anything more.
I was gonna say, it's like, I mean, it could wait until after Delindus if we want to do something. You don't have to bring it up right now.
I'm just trying to get moving on things before I forget, and it also gives me something constructive to work on.
Then this isn't constructive, trying to improve the guild's image with the town?
Something I'm well suited for and constructed to work on.
What's a Delendals?
I'm not entirely sure. Some kind of festival.
It's a festival that happens about this time of year. It's fun last year.
Does anyone happen to remember what Delendus is actually about?
Nope.
Nope. I just remember
Akila
there
wasn't
were
here for it
fun
last year.
games. Like fun games and
Was that
I
the
mean, it does commemorate something.
cooking. Yeah.
That was when we met Shantira.
I would
Mhm.
know.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. That's what I was
Yeah,
trying
it
to.
was that really fun one, and where
Mm.
what was Duragesh, where we were cheering him on, hooking up with that half work lady,
Mhm.
which was
Yes.
we didn't see anything. It was just fun because it was like, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a different vibe this year.
So
Yep.
Delendus,
I was so sad.
because your characters actually probably would know this. Delendus is basically the Imperial 4th of July holiday, the Independence Day. It is the state holiday in commemoration of the Jenavite victory in the Etrian War and the celebration of the Empire's founding.
I wasn't sure if it was something that would be celebrated down in Sandcat.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was just up in Jenavia.
Nope. Empire-wide.
Okay. Okay. My mistake.
Whether the locals really engage with it very much could vary from place to place, but Imperials, empire-wide, will celebrate Delendus.
Okay.
So it is a large, patriotic political holiday, but it's basically just known for festivals and whatnot.
I am more than willing to help with whatever we're going to try and pull off in a day.
Exactly, but that's the thing. If we're going to try and do something, we can't waste time on it.
I mean, I still
Because
have
we
create food and water prepared. I can,
Yes, but that is
I had a
tasteless
couple
food.
times. But we can flavor it. We can season it.
There's
Well-
only so much you can do. We're trying to improve our image.
We'll just sprinkle some paprika on this hardtack.
Yeah, it's like I don't think that will be really good.
You know who is a good cook, though?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping. I was like, maybe Shael'uah could fix it up. But if
Shael'uah
it's
could
just
help. I
hardtack,
mean-
then never mind.
It's like if Jordy's here, he could possibly help. And then there's Berlin and I can't remember the other person.
Berlin and Bearda.
Thank you. From Battered Cod. And look, the rest of us are hands that can do things. And yes, I know real world, this is a terrible idea.
So we're 2 hours in, and already Steven has given up on us.
Well, so out of character, I'm just trying to get shit moving so that I don't forget it later. But fighting me on it.
Well, I will write a note so we can bring it back up. But there is a point of order concern that I think Taylor is right to bring up. A sort of order of operations, priority list situation. But Ander wants to work on tablet.
He wants to talk to Lorene about help working on the tablet.
Yeah, with Lorene.
I mean, there's a number of very important things we need to get done during the couple of weeks we're here that I know if we don't do it today, we'll have probably forgotten about them. I know I will have forgotten about them by the next session. And trying to plan a festival seems like I'm just going to eat this whole day.
Well, usually, when there are things that I find important that I want to remember for later,
Write them down.
I take one of these nifty graphite-filled sticks,
Yeah,
and I put them on one of these sheets of little
Pulped
flimsy wood things. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm giving you a hard time. I'm an ass. We know this. Anyway, as I finish saying that you need to get your priorities in order, I will immediately remind you, now that you are up here on the second floor going past everybody's rooms, that you do see a nameplate on a door that reads Omen.
Aw.
Thanks.
It was going to be there.
Yeah.
But,
Did he
I'm not
leave
going to be the
anything
one
up
to
there?
take it off. I think it can stay there until after the funeral.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he left anything in there anyway, so
That's not the point.
not much.
You might want to go in and you make sure, but
Well, yeah, but that's still not really the
again,
point of it.
not a huge priority. I just figured I'd point it out since you are there and you would see it and it would remind you of things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I leave it up to you what you guys want to do in whatever order you want to do it in.
Since you are focused on this party, lead the way. What would you like us to do?
Don't act like I know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to do something.
Maybe we can talk to someone at the Bearded Cod. They could help us,
Did you say the bearded cod?
I mean, the battered cod.
I know.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, no, sorry, battered cod.
It's okay. Yeah. Like I said, do that. Maybe talk with Corvo, see if any suggestions or resources we might be able to get access to from him. Because, the kitchen at the Battered Cod and the kitchen here is a start, but that's still not that much for a whole town.
Yeah, well, not the whole town. A lot of people have left, but
A lot of people have left, but
good
those
amount
that
of
are here.
people.
I mean, so is it like I feel like it's reasonable to know that there's no way to throw a feast that large
Well, that's why I'm
that
just saying,
quickly.
it's just for hot meals. It's not. I'm not saying a feast.
I mean, having volunteered at a soup kitchen once or twice, literally once maybe twice. You can put out a lot of food if you're making real simple bulk food in a short amount of time. So it is definitely possible. It won't really be anything too fancy. So I don't want to discourage you. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just, is
Okay.
there anything actually uplifting about here's a bowl of tomato soup and some toast?
Yeah, that soup kitchen is the right way to was actually the perfect example.
That's
Because
fair, actually. That's not great.
because like I said, there's not a lot of structural damage. People can and are cooking for themselves.
Okay, that's right.
So
just
if
because
you
they can doesn't mean they are.
Right. If you had the means to put on an actual feast, which would be up to your creativity, the resources you have, and any non-mundane ways you want to go about things. But if you had a way of putting on an actual feast of a large quantity of not standard dishes, that could be something to do. If you want to organize some sort of event of some sort. But again, I don't want to. This is all entirely optional. I know last year you enjoyed the festival, so I am leaving up to you if you would like to have another
No.
festival. But it would be on you to more or less plan and operate, which I know is less fun than me just giving it to you, but hopefully more impactful.
I mean, I liked last year better.
Well, last year the town wasn't almost destroyed by a horde of undead.
Yeah.
About a parade. I feel like a parade would be too. I don't know. Never mind. Maybe not a parade.
Feels like that might be patronizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea because that is something you can do quickly, in theory. But I feel like you already have to have a certain level of morale to
Mm-hmm.
do a parade.
It's like we
Good-
almost got
good
destroyed.
thought.
Hey, we're walking through the streets. You can
Yeah.
see us.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
difference between just a handful of people walking through the streets and a parade.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
you'd
I
have to
said-
decorate carts and you'd have to have things to throw out to people. You'd have to, I mean, I'd imagine you'd want to have like a band or something or some sort of
Yeah.
performers. Something to
I
look. I
think-
mean,
next year.
No.
yeah.
I think mechanically it's actually a good idea because then it's mainly about getting people together, which can be done quicker sometimes than resources. But yeah, I think there's just
Fair.
a certain setting that you require ahead of time.
That's fair.
I mean, I'll, for instance, because I don't think there's any reason I need to keep this purposely obtuse for you. I mean, I was just thinking, like, set up some pub games, like encourage people to play darts, have a drinking contest or an eating contest, or have a race and build a real quick obstacle course. I mean, anything I threw together last year, you guys could easily throw together yourselves. Put together a card game, or I don't know, one of you can read somebody's fortune and just make shit up.
No.
This is role playing gold for you guys to work with. You have a day dedicated for you to put on whatever shenanigans you want to put on.
Yeah, I don't.
But no, you
You like the
you
idea of
guys don't do
fireworks.
that. So we can just skip Delendis if this is not something you guys are engaged with. I would not be offended.
I mean, well, I leave it to everyone else. I had come in prepared to skip it because I didn't think there was anything we could really do in the time frame. Not to mention,
Well,
I think shenanigans are something we get up to when the situation is not what it currently is. But if anyone has an actual idea for one of those things or one of those things is something they want to do, then
best I got is fireworks, but I feel like those are hard to make.
No, not really.
Well,
that's
you do have a chemist,
actually
and you do have an artificer, and
yeah.
also
Yeah, yeah.
Akila's there. She might be able to help.
Akila's proficient. Akila's trained in alchemy. Thank
Sure.
you very much.
Okay,
Yeah,
Look, if you
yeah.
can't make things explode with
Um,
alchemy, then you are doing it wrong.
Sure. And of course, there are non-mundane ways of doing fireworks.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Last year,
closest
the
thing I
guild
have is
did
thunder, wave, and
specifically
shatter.
throw a fireworks show. You would remember.
I
Yeah.
remember that.
So fireworks show, yeah. And that's something that wouldn't need to come out until dark anyway.
We'd have the entire day to prepare for it.
Unfortunately, the person most capable of putting on an impromptu fireworks show is currently yeah, high on painkillers and strapped to a bed. Or not strapped to a bed, but her arm is, stuck on
She's
a
definitely
easel.
kind of
Yeah.
strapped.
Yeah.
About Lorene.
Oh
Unless-
yeah, Lorene.
Lorene is also here. She's more of an academic than an actual wizard. I mean, she has
Yes,
some levels,
but
but
I was gonna say, but she might know the mechanics behind some of this.
yeah. Also, I assume Sleva is here as well, because
Shael'uah.
yeah. So I assume this conversation is still happening upstairs.
I guess so.
And Sevgi as well. Sevgi might have
Yeah.
some things in her arsenal.
Sevgi certainly can make lights.
Got lightning and stuff. Could call some
Yeah.
lightning.
I don't know if that's a great idea, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not a great idea.
Oh, but she does have some ice stuff she could do.
See, I have.
Look, we just have to make sure people are not within 5 feet of it.
And you can also
Thunder, wave, and shatter.
You can also make cosmetic changes to spells with time and concentration. I mean, creating a new spell effect, anything that would work mechanically different in combat, will take an amount of downtime to tweak your spell. But if you want to throw up a lightning bolt or whatever it's called, and instead of it being just a straight line, you could shoot it up and it would sparkle outward like a firework. I'd let you do that if you want to do that. Doing it in combat, the coursing lightning that shoots out of it wouldn't be strong enough to do any appreciable damage to a wider area, but it'd just be a fun effect. So feel free to play with your spells.
You have Sacred Flame. That's a flame-like radiance.
Yeah.
It's radiance, so it's not flame.
Yeah.
Shiny.
I was thinking I can probably make some sparkly things happen with alchemy. Especially if I talk with that artificer.
Yeah, I will write down in my notes for our after show to complain about again D&D's alchemy and herbalism rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
Complaining about them compared to what, Jack?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if 3.5 is even
Sure.
all that much better.
Space
Everybody drink.
There's so. Huh? Yeah, it's like it's also ill-defined.
Yeah, yeah. We can discuss that later. But
Yes.
I feel like I'm losing you people. So I mean it's entirely up to you what you guys want to do.
Yeah. Fireworks show might be fun.
Okay.
It might just be easy to, set up and pop up.
Because I think Christian is just raring to do something.
So, are we going to try and put on fireworks show then?
Sure, I'll help.
I won't draw this out unless you guys want to have a particular conversation with somebody. But we can say you can go down to the town hall.
No, I was mostly just
and
wanting to see if everyone else was in agreement on it.
sounds like we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, let's do
Yeah,
it.
as a character, I'm still not 100% sure that Shael'uah knows what any of this shit is that anybody is talking about. And as a player, my meta brain is thinking that it's a stupid idea to have a festival when a bunch of bad shit just happened. But that is the way my brain works. So. And if Shael'uah is invited to participate in firework things, I also meta think that is a bad idea.
I mean, I can see where you get that.
Okay.
Mm.
Right. Well, so it sounds like you guys want to put on a fireworks show, I guess. I take it nobody wants to do any sort of speech or okay, so you'll just go down to the mayor's office and talk to Ilsa Plumberry, if you remember from literally like the first or second episode. This little gnome woman, probably in her human equivalent of mid to late 30s.
Wasn't she running against Corvo?
She was running against Corvo, but she has
Okay.
been the mayoral assistant for decades. And
No,
she,
that's fine. I was just
yeah, she took defeat
trying
quite
to
well, and she
replace her.
continued in the position that she has always been. There were no hard feelings. So she is still sort of mayoral assistant. And you can, block out a time for some fireworks. And Mayor Remington Corvo will do the spin doctor
He
thing,
can certainly speak at it.
and he will work on the flyers and spreading the words and spin it as a festival to commemorate Duepon's victory against the forces who would try to destroy the town. With information that you provide him, the very same forces that Delendis is entirely originally about, as spinning this as a reaffirmation of the strength of the empire, the strength of the average citizen, commemorating the dead and their victory over those who would oppose them.
Thanking them for their efforts.
Thanking them for their efforts, yes. Giving things back. He would we'll skip ahead a little bit just to that evening. I would assume you spend pretty much the entirety of the next day, the 12th, the actual day of Delendis, working amongst each other and with the doctor and with Gemzia to create little fireworks and working with Lorene probably to tweak some of your spells in order to do things differently. And Mayor Corvo will go about rallying the people. He'll find businesses that are able to make pies to hand out, little personal pies to hand out. He'll get some people to make like little flower wreaths or something. Just assign people in town little busy work, uplifting projects that they can do to distract their time. He will even bring out a small band of rather exotic musicians, really. He sets up a small stage just in front of, or just behind the fountain overlooking the docks. And there's a very attractive woman with long black hair and in a very I don't want to say skimpy or revealing, but a very show woman dress. Who
Moridessa.
It's not Moridessa.
I was thinking too.
God, it better not be. Otherwise, we're going to throw down at a festival.
Moridessa was traditionally blonde.
Except for that one time.
Wasn't her.
Yeah.
When she disguised herself as a Bardatian woman.
Right. There is a sort of rotund, very dark skinned guy with a series of drums, like hand drums, that go from wooden to leather bound to actual like steel drums, and will go between a series of different drums. The woman on stage also has
Brain.
a what? Tambourine, that's it, thank you. And she's less of an actual singer and more simply a vocalist and dancer. Less words and more what is the word I'm looking for? Complementary vocal sounds. I know there's a proper word for it.
Yeah, I can't remember it though.
There is an elven woman, or maybe a half elven woman, who is playing a very expensive looking hurdy-gurdy, and a dragonborn, green, like a light green dragonborn that has a really long, and I mean like probably good like 6 foot long curved horn that creates this real deep bellowing sound that kind of has this sort of nasally sort of humming pitch to it that vibrates as that go through different notes. And there's the turnout is trickling at best in the beginning, but throughout the evening, as time progresses, as the music continues, as Corvo and even some other people, presumably who work for him or work in conjunction with him, move around the congregation of people and just sort of bring up conversation and try to liven things up. Free drinks are handed out. You get the sense that Corvo has worked with a number of like the Battered Cod and some of the other places around town that may produce, that may make or serve alcohol, to hand out beverages. Some basic foods are handed out. And eventually, by the time the fireworks are scheduled to go off, there is actually a decent crowd. Probably not everybody. It's not super celebratory. It's sort of still sort of a somber event, but more of a not really celebration of the dead. It's not like a what is the Mexican holiday.
Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to that level, because that is usually fairly upbeat, if I understand correctly. Didn't grow up in an area where that actually happened. So it's not on that level, but it is definitely a remembrance and a celebration of life and victory more than necessarily loss. But that will be entirely on Corvo's part and his own, what he's doing. You guys just set up
Leave the
fireworks,
talking to the politician.
and that's fine, I suppose. So
Probably a good idea.
fireworks are had. Actually, let's make some rolls just to see how this went down. Aquila, go ahead and make a. We're gonna go an intelligence alchemy roll with advantage because you have help from others. Sevgi
God damn it.
and Tali, go ahead and just roll me your spellcasting roll. So proficiency plus your spellcasting ability, which would be wisdom for Tali and charisma for Sevgi.
So that's a 22 plus 3, 25.
Sure.
Just
Ander,
about
did you have
11.
anything specific you wanted to do for this?
Yeah, I don't really think there was a whole lot Ander was equipped to contribute, because he's definitely not going to be casting spells in public. And I don't have any skills that really add to that, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I had thought of was helping people figure out how to manipulate their spells to do something different, but then it's like, well, we don't cast the same way, so I'm not really going to be able to help with that either.
Yeah.
You're offering moral support.
Yeah. I know
Appreciate it.
we probably didn't do the roleplay necessary to bring Shael'uah into this properly, but is there anything Shael'uah would want to do in this endeavor?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
Oh. That's your proficiency,
Okay.
though, so that's a 7.
It's still a natural one.
Yep.
So Aquila, with the help of Gemzia and Dr. Talon, you create perfectly adequate fireworks. They're not going to be anything super fantastic, but they work as fireworks. You can shoot them up in the air and they explode in pretty colors. They don't have any patterns or fancy magic effects or sound effects or anything, but they're just standard, shoot them up, they explode in colorful lights, fireworks.
Cool.
Tali, you are
Actually-
able.
Go ahead. I'll let you go first.
I mean, no, you flavor this however you want.
Okay, because I do have Guiding Bolt prepared. I just realized, and that one actually does leave like dim glittering on whatever target I hit. So I'm like, that sounds like fireworks. So Tali wants to shoot up a couple of those.
Okay.
For funsies.
Yeah, I mean, with a 20-something ridiculous, you can use whatever spell combinations you want, really.
Yeah, probably that and Sacred Flame, just to add more to the fireworks.
Pew, 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 pew.
Okay. So Tali, you actually it takes you a couple tries to get it correct, but you actually manage to almost dual cast, which is something that requires far too much concentration for you to do in combat. But you do manage to time it correctly for you to actually shoot up almost a slow or delayed sort of sacred flame and throw it up into the sky and actually make an almost accelerated guiding bolt so that they hit and strike at the same time. So that when the sacred flame erupts, it sends out this sort of sphere of I mean, probably for Lewena, this sort of greenish yellow effect, and the glittering guiding bolt actually hits that, and coruscates glitter throughout that effect. So it It looks more like an actual, like, real world sparkler firework that crackles and glitters as it continues to fall and dissipate in waves of green and yellow. And you shoot off a few combinations
so
of
cool.
those in combination with Aquila's fireworks.
Nice.
Next comes.
As you are all doing that, however, Sevgi is getting pretty into the show, getting amped up with all the explosions and the success of her fellow Tempest twin, and the sorceress blood wells up in her, and you can see lightning start crackling from the corners of her eyes, playing down her hair, coursing between her fingertips, and she just lets out this huge lightning bolt that goes up into the air. And it goes up and just explodes outward in coruscating lightning. However, it lets out a deafening crack. Aquila, you go literally deafening. You go deaf for a few seconds as the loudest thunderbolt you've ever heard cracks in the night sky, and the electricity actually shorts out the effects that Tali is producing, and actually knocks a few of the mundane fireworks off course enough that one starts falling back down towards the crowd. Explodes before it actually damages anyone or gets in range of hurting anyone, but there was a moment where everyone's heart stopped and you just saw this makeshift rocket come shooting down towards the festival before it explodes.
I don't think that was part of the show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But you managed to calm Sevgi down, who then just shoots off little lightning cantrips basically into the air. And you continue with your show for a little bit until you run out of spell slots and the few rockets that you were able to create. And eventually the night comes to an end. It wasn't a huge celebration. I won't say it was a huge morale boost for the town, but it was something for people to do, and it probably helped Mayor Corvo's political situation. Probably potentially reminded the town that the guild is here and do stuff, I guess. But it was a fun evening. At least the very few children still left in town seem to enjoy everything but the deafening explosion that happened in the sky. So we can skip ahead unless there is anything more anyone would like to do.
Yeah, we kind of skipped over it already, but I wanted to talk to Regina and do that, but we can do that later. Okay.
Yeah. To the first of Weodoma, which of course is now Weodoma Talia.
Only 12 days in Damascus?
Yep, it's the year's smallest month. Yes, so I would imagine the reason that this meeting with Regina and Shael'uah didn't happen was because by the time you all were getting around to this, it was late in the evening on the 11th, and of course on the 12th, she would probably be working with Mayor Corvo to, public relations and all that. So we can pick up on the first of Weodoma, which is Weodoma Talia, but we don't really need to get too much into that. That's usually not really a celebratory holiday outside of travelers and traders and merchants and whatnot. So it's up to you if you guys personally want to do anything for Weodoma Talia. But we can continue with the day as if it's a normal day.
Yeah, that's fine.
Generally, Weodoma, and this is something we worked on during a Wednesday world building, Weodoma Talia is a celebration of one's travels and the various cultures from throughout the Empire. It is usually celebrated with a long trek in which one thinks about the journeys of the past year and the ones they want to take in the coming year. And within larger cities, there are in larger cities there's sort of a culture day celebration where different communities, different ethnic communities get together and host various potlucks and cultural foods and entertainments and musics and arts and whatnot. And it's a cultural celebration. But we're not in a large city, we're in a small city that's going through some things. So this is not something that's really going to be celebrated. There will probably be a few people in town that will just sort of wander about either in small groups or with themselves. In the past, you did notice that a number of the traders who may be in town working with Kalev Alavi would go out and actually have like a day-long trek of the surrounding area, but that doesn't seem to be happening this year. Kalev is actually still in town, but most everybody else who would engage with that was part of the caravan going north to Cairgwen. So there really is not anything going on. So skipping forward later in the day.
I was gonna say, so you're having the meeting with
Yeah, we'll have the meeting
Shael'uah and Regina?
Shael'uah. Sure. You guys were encouraging yesterday about your ability to, as you put it, faff around. I think you oversold yourselves.
If we're doing that, Tali can go work on her.
I mean,
shrine
we
a little
can,
bit
but
while
I
we
was
need some
gonna, but I
maintenance.
wanted to let Christian do stuff first.
Yeah. Let's get to Christian. Shael'uah, where would you find yourself? What are you doing? Now that you're in Duepon, are you hanging out in your room? Are you redecorating? Are you out in the lawns? Are you wandering around town?
So, a lot of questions all at once. Probably over the past couple of days, Shael'uah would just have been wandering around, seeing where she could be of help, asking people who are working on things if they need a hand with something, to probably providing little to no actual assistance over that time.
Sure.
But
Uh,
with her skills, seeing if anyone needs leathers or other leathers or cloths fixed or prepared for anything. trying to keep, as was suggested, trying to keep her abilities on a lower key, and particularly trying to keep the energetic nature of herself and Krushka sort of reined in a bit, as things are considerably more somber here than perhaps in Carrickwood or really anywhere else that she's gone. But more specifically on that day, she'd probably wake up, check in to see if Regina was available, and otherwise would go out and about and do more of the same.
Yes. So actually, you do go around town and meet a few people who you can help out. There's yeah, there's a tanner who you could probably help work with leathers for. There is also a person who makes clothier,
A tailor.
tailor. Yeah, I
There's a couple of different
guess.
things that
Yeah.
suit that profession.
Yeah. Who you can help out. There is also an older woman by the name of Scylla, who you actually come by, who is tending to a small garden in the front of her house. And you can help with some of that, tending to some of the plants, and she. Yeah, she keeps going on about Vanessa and Charles, who seem to be people that she uh who usually help her. However, she is confused as why they haven't showed up over the past week or so, and is appreciative of the help that you are providing. Nope. Nope. Okay. Moving on. That was an Easter egg from session 3.
No, I got it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Anyway.
I remember her.
Okay. Okay. Yep. My first red herring.
You asshole. I remember her.
Anyway, let's actually get to something that Shael'uah can do. You make your way back to the guild hall, or actually, we will say that it's probably Rennick who is sent out to go and find you. Now that Regina has some time. So after helping Miss Scylla here with her gardening, you notice Rennick, who you remember from a couple days earlier, who handed you a hammer, comes up and leans against the little fence outside her house. Hi, Sleevy. How you doing?
Oh, hey, Rentat.
Yeah. Rentat. Yeah, the old lady said she was ready to speak with you if you're whenever you're free. Don't tell her I said that.
Who?
Oh, Mama Bear. Regina.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you want to do the whole he pats on his armband thing, the whole I don't know, being a hero thing.
Oh. Not really?
Oh, well, all
What's
right.
a hero?
I think it's a sandwich.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. You'll have to ask Jordy about it. He's the one who makes the sandwiches.
Okay. She wants to talk to me now?
I mean, whenever you're free, I guess.
Free is a weird word. Do you mean free, like, available? Or that I don't cost any money?
Both?
Or that... Okay.
I find charging for your presence is taken as a little ostentatious.
Austin-tastic. Yep.
Yeah, he's a guy I once knew. Street performer.
Anyway. Alright, bye, lady. Have fun with your Teresa, or whoever.
Oh yes. Do let me know if you see Charles or Vanessa. I don't know where they went to. You didn't see that green, that horn girl. She was asking about them. She might have done something.
I have horns too? I'm not green, though. Anyway.
No, I don't think it was you.
Probably not. Good luck with that.
Well, thanks for your help. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can make your way.
I idly walk back to the guild hall.
Sure. Yes. So Rentak goes back to helping Mogami. They're actually starting to get some progress done. And Regina will wave you on into her office, which is, you know, a fairly nice place. Not as nice as Saramov's parlor, but you know, still fairly nice. It looks like things have been put back together as much as Regina would bother doing so. Her window is yet again, not that you would know that yet again, is broken, and she has a section of it boarded up at the moment, but she'll have to get that repaired. Shael'uah, was it right?
Yeah, that's right. Renfro said you wanted to talk to me?
Yes, please, sit down. Let me ask you, I assume you have Krushka there as well.
Yeah.
Can I get your friend something?
I think she's okay.
Okay. So I hear that you ran into some trouble up in Trigemma?
Yeah, I happened to be passing by, and yeah, there were some ghost ladies and some screaming, and I dealt with it. I was looking for you guys, not you guys. sorry, Mom, and the people's Ascension. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the word.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
Mogami and little your
Lear.
uh, yeah, they told me to look into it. We
Well, you
kind of
found
worked
us.
on the same thing at one point,
Right,
or
I think they mentioned someone fitting your description in one of their reports. Well, it seems you've already been doing some of the work that we do anyway, helping people out, protecting them. And if you were looking for us, it sounds like you're, in the mindset to continue doing that.
yeah, mostly just been dealing with all the dead things and going from place to place, dealing with the dead things.
So you have history with, oh well, dead things. Have
Yeah,
you heard of any of this problem previously? Specifically?
um, I really just sort of keep to myself mostly. Um, it's pretty rare that I almost never for a long time come back to these kind of places, towns and stuff. I mostly deal with um in the forests, all around the place though.
Right. Well, I suppose I have to ask, you did seemingly seek us out. You want to join the People's Ascension?
It seemed like it would be good to have some extra help with what I'm doing, and uh, Lear seemed to think maybe that she could use some extra help with some things.
Right. Uh, well, I'm glad she is spreading the word.
Or at least that I'd be useful.
Well, I suppose if our goals align, we could certainly use the help. It seems we're a little in over our heads at the moment. So if this is something you've been dealing with previously, you may have insights that we don't.
Maybe.
Well,
What kind of insights don't you have?
I don't know how to answer that. I'll I'll leave you to discuss with the rest of your group, assuming you want to tag around with them
They seem
as
nice.
as to what each of you may know and may be able to contribute. How how did you handle the problem in Trigemma?
Oh, I usually leave it outside. I think that's how you're supposed to do things. But I have a spear, and Kershka here is pretty strong, especially when I get her in her armor. It's hard for things to hurt her. She doesn't like
Right.
to wear it most of the time. It's better for her.
Right. Uh, how long have you had Prushka?
Um, Time is weird. Uh, years? Yeah, years. That sounds right. What
Okay.
year is it now?
1485?
Yeah, I don't think that helps.
Right. Well, I assume you have her well trained?
Oh, absolutely.
Good.
It's different inside places, but she's getting better. She listens to me.
Good. Good. Well, I suppose, do you have any connection with the arcane census I should know about?
The who what? I know arcane. That means magic, right?
Right.
What's a censor?
Well, they keep a record of anybody capable of using non-mundane effects. Keep a tally of who they are and what they do and their proficiencies and experience.
Yeah, never met him.
I assume, since you have no prior knowledge of them, that you have no reason to interact with such an organization.
No, I can't think of a reason why.
Okay, good enough for me.
I mean, I do dig in the mud sometimes. Is that what you mean with mud name? Yeah.
What? Oh, sure. Okay, well, I think I just have some paperwork for you to fill out, and I've already had a conversation with your new friends, and they do seem to be willing to have you around.
Oh, that's good.
Right.
They said we were going to go to a desert
Yes,
and on a boat.
on a boat. I'm sure that will be fun. Well, if you could fill these out for me.
How do? Okay.
Okay, so I assume these forms, which are, yeah, fairly basic stuff for most people. Where were you born? How old you are? Prior, professions, work experience, sort of situation, what you would bring to the guild. Um, any sort of arcane census documentation or other such government official documentation. Um, I assume you can't or won't answer most of those questions.
Yeah. There's a first name. There's no last name. Where it says where were you born? I don't know. When were you born? I don't know. What experience do you have killing dead things, making good food, making armor, making potions? There's a lot of stuff in experience, but a lot of it's just like random
Mhm.
tidbits.
Okay. Yeah, no citizen ID. Hmm?
No, no.
No
And
census ID.
it's all spelled like horribly.
Right.
There's no sense of spelling or grammatical consistency.
You get to the portions where you need to sign documents. I assume that's just very sloppily written Shael'uah.
Just basically a carbon copy of the first name that I wrote.
Okay.
The first time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So after a little bit, you hand the paperwork back, and Regina picks it up.
Do you need one for Krushka too?
Why not?
And Shael'uah's going to spend the next 5 minutes trying to teach Krushka how to hold a quill.
Okay.
So does Virginia just hate herself or something?
Make an animal handling check.
Goddamn right.
That's what I was hoping for. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
Okay.
I think that might be the highest roll we've ever seen.
Probably, actually.
Yeah, plus 12?
Probably.
Probably, yeah. Plus 12, yeah.
Yeah.
To teach a badger how to hold it.
Love it, though. Absolutely love it.
It is awesome.
So, with
Beautiful.
Krushka's 2 intelligence...
Somehow.
Not bad.
Okay,
Now we know how intelligent Krushka is.
you teach your pet badger, who doesn't have thumbs. I mean, they are rodents, right? They do have little nubs, little thumb nubs, I believe, like rats.
Shael'uah definitely shows Krushka how to write with her mouth.
Okay, yeah.
Quill in the teeth and yeah.
Right. I was going for the circus bear thing, but mouth makes more sense. Yeah. So over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, you do teach Krushka to gently hold this quill and dip it into an inkwell and go over to the paper and just sort of swipe her head against it. And there's ink gets all over the place. There's blotches all over the paper. It's really just a series of scrabbled lines against the sheet, some of them torn. The quill eventually breaks, but for as unlikely as it is, Krushka more or less gets ink in the appropriate places where it needs to be on these forms. And will count as a signature. Natural 20.
That's what you get for asking for that roll.
Yep. Okay.
The dice know.
The dice know.
They know.
So Regina will take both of these sets of paperwork, put them in a folder, and put them in a drawer.
She has to be at least a little impressed by that.
Just inhale and very slightly shake her head, open up another drawer, pull out 2 armbands.
Yeah, Christian gets one too.
I was...
Yeah, Keelan needs a replacement.
You would have been given a replacement by now. Yeah. I was wrong in not handing these out sooner to others, so let me officially welcome both of you to the People's Ascension.
Thank you. What do I do with this?
They go on your arm.
Oh.
It's sort of a badge, or Something so people recognize that you work with us?
That makes sense.
Okay. Well, from what I hear, you're settled in.
What are the metal things in there? Are those important? They like run along the walls?
Window frames? Hinges?
They're like tubes? I'm using prior knowledge where didn't new artificer dudes set up like a mundane like cooling / climate control system in there?
Uh,
I remember you talking about it when Owen first moved in.
yeah,
that's
I think it was. I think it was.
I don't know who it was because we never talked to whoever installed them. We were just like, yeah, that's cool.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, you're right. We'll go with that. Yeah, it's a combination of white wood and a contraption looking thing. Yeah. Uh yeah, those from what I understand regulate temperature. They can make it hotter or colder if you want.
Oh,
There's
that's
a
interesting.
wooden plate on the wall. Dr. Talon can teach you how to use it if you want.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Well, welcome, welcome.
If there's anything that you need, just let me know. I made my armor and I made Krishka's armor, and this cloth is pretty nice, but I could probably make some better stuff. Um, or if you need help making some good food, or if you want somebody to make some, what do you call it? Salve? Salve?
Yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of varied experience. If you want to help Jordy in the kitchen, or Jimzia's over in the building, she points to the wooden boards on her on her window. Right, the building just out that way. She does, potions and herbalism and whatnot. You'd have to talk to your, the others around here if they need any leather working. Habrick usually works any of the metal. He might have use for a leather specialist. He usually gets those pieces bought in. It sounds like you'll have plenty to do here if you're willing to help out.
Yeah, sounds like it'll be fun.
All right. Well, make yourself at home. Here you got a while, presumably, until your boat arrives.
Yeah, nobody really told me. It just said go to this place and then there's a boat.
Yeah, we could check with the dockmaster and see if they have an estimated time of arrival. Maritime travel gets a little. There's some leeway.
Yeah, time travel's weird.
What?
Do you need anything else, Krishka's
No,
getting hungry.
no, I'm fine. Yeah, feel free to head across the hall. There's a kitchen back there, if you'd like.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you,
Bye, Mama Bear.
Shael'uah, and
And I'll just leave.
okay.
You were just waiting for that one, weren't you?
Clearly. Regina's like, where do they find these people?
Okay, well, with that wrapped up, it sounds like a good place to take a break.
Yes, I agree.
Seems like a good idea.
Yes, so let's take a little break, and we will get back to whatever else the party wants to get up to.
Yes.
Shrine
things.
time.
Have things to do.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Well, okay. Yes, let's take a quick break. Probably 10 minutes or so. So stick around. We will get back to some more party awkwardness shortly.
I'm good at that.
Yeah. All right, stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back in a little bit. Hello, welcome back, or I should say, we are back for the second half-ish of our episode, of episode 23. We're on episode 23 already. Yes, so with all the awkwardness of the first half of this session out of the way, let's jump back into more specific things that the group has to do. Because this is downtime. I don't think I was terribly I wasn't trying to hide the fact that we had some downtime coming up. So it is currently the first of Weodoma. Shael'uah has had her conversation with Regina and is welcomed into the People's Ascension. Again, sort of a probationary member, but she has her badge, and seeing as the probationary mission is going to send her to the complete other side of the Empire, I mean, she's a member of the guild, sort of situation. That, and she's pretty much already proved herself in Trigemma, so works well enough. She's officially part of the guild. The rest of you, after an evening of celebration of some kind for the Delendis Festival, find yourselves with presumably week 2, you're not sure, before you have means of travel to Sanket. On top of the things that you may otherwise have to do, let me remind you that there is still the matter of Omen's funeral and getting his remains forged into steel. But that is just one thing on top of whatever you would like to do, and I will let you guys dictate the order and pacing of that. So any scenes you want to do, we can do, and we can call that at any time and time skip to whenever the next big thing is happening.
So the first thing on my list was the
Tablets.
Omen's Ashes thing. So,
okay. Okay.
So I'd say try and get everyone together kind of the next day for a minute. So I'd like to take care of Omen's, rights before we leave town, obviously. I know one of the parts was using his ashes for various arms and armor. So we should probably go ahead and get that one taken care of today so that Habrick has time to work on it before we leave.
That's fair.
Good idea.
Does everyone kind of know what, as I understand it, yes, we each take a portion and have it worked into something, so everyone kind of know. So if everyone has an idea, we can go ahead and take it to him. If not, and you need time to think. I suppose this is your alert.
It will take some time for the ashes to be infused smelted into the iron to make steel. Probably 2 days or so. But yes, there will be enough steel made from this to outfit a whole clan. So you guys can order whatever you want.
I would like a new breastplate.
The only limiting factor will be time more than raw materials, really.
Yeah.
And cost, because you will still have to pay for the other materials that aren't Omen ashes. But cost really isn't a concern because you guys are sitting on a boatload of cash.
Yes.
I don't know the exact process of forging. Is that something where we could give? Is that something where like each piece would need to have the ashes worked in individually, or
no? The ashes are formed together to make these sort of briquettes, and then the steel is the iron ore is melted down and split off between raw iron and slag, and then the carbon from the ashes is baked into the steel over the course of a day and a half, 2 days or so. But it is made largely in bulk, so it
Okay, so
comes
it's
out
something we
as a
could give to
number.
Habrick
Yeah, it'll come out as a
now.
number of ingots, and then as you decide what you want, you can tell Habrick, hey, make me a sword or make me a breastplate or yada yada, and he'll take an ingot and work it into whatever you want.
Perfect. Okay, so yes, this is something we can go ahead and get set up now while everyone's thinking,
Mhm.
and then
Mhm.
it'll be ready. Okay.
Yeah.
If we all want to go talk to him, if not, I can take care of that, or someone else. I don't know if any of us are familiar with smelting and forging, but if someone has a better idea of how to describe it to him beyond ashes into steel.
Oh, Habrick will know the process.
Okay.
He'll be able to figure it out.
All right.
I hope
Well,
so.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
don't
I'm
know,
going to. Okay.
because I already know more or less what I want.
So yes, I'm going to go talk to Habrick about this. If anyone wants to come, by all means.
Mhm.
If not,
So there's also, I mean, not only can you guys order things for yourselves, like I said, armor or weapons, but if there's any metalworks you would like for anything, for the guild, for for friends, for other members of the guild, if you wanna do something for Bost because he was part of that fight, if you want to. I mean, hell, you have enough. There will be enough steel made if you want to make a whole like carriage frame for out of omen steel. That can be done.
I don't know about that one.
But I mean, yeah, you have a whole clan's worth of steel, so you have plenty of raw material to make pretty much anything metal you can think of and reasonably afford.
Man.
okay.
About now.
Well,
And
we've got.
we can
think
reasonably
about it.
afford quite a bit.
Because I believe when I looked it up, if you use an average-sized human's remains and turn them into steel, you have enough to make like a Ford F-150. And Omen is probably a good
Find that.
like 30% more than the average human. So you guys can make a Winnebago out of Omen if you really want to.
What did you Google to find that?
Yeah, that was what I wanted to know.
Oh, I'm on a lot of lists.
Yeah.
Every DM
mean-
out there is on all of the lists for ridiculous, usually morbid, crazy, or dangerous Google searches.
Yep. Well, I mean, there's enough carbon in your body to make diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That is another thing you could do.
All right. Well, let's go talk to
Yes.
Habrick and get this process started at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens when you guys miss Wednesday world building. You miss us discussing how much ashes a person has.
Yep. It's a conversation that will come up frequently as I have 24 different provinces to figure out what they do with their dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I'm sure that won't become increasingly more relevant as the campaign continues.
No, not at all.
Okay, you can go find Habrick. With you guys returning to Duepon, and either if any of you have tracked down Habrick and talked to him, or if Regina has talked to him, Habrick has returned to the guild and is actually out back doing some minor repairs on the forge. You would notice that there was a fire and a very small collapse of the stone ring that holds in the fire. Minor damage to that area, so he's rebuilt most of it at that point, and is beginning to stoke the fires of the forge. I assume everybody's going for this.
As well.
Yeah, like I said, I'm there mostly because I have an idea of what I want.
Again, Shael'uah can be involved if you want to be.
If they invite her, she's not going to say no, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense
Yeah.
for her to have anything.
Yeah.
Right.
I
For a couple
honestly,
reasons.
Yeah, I hadn't planned on inviting Shael'uah just because she didn't know
Yeah.
Omen.
Yeah.
And this does
Good.
seem like a somewhat, well, aside from that, this seems like it's part of a funeral, right? So it's a somewhat what's the word?
Personal.
No.
Intimate. Yeah.
So I would say at this point then that Shael'uah would be not only wearing the armband, but also making Krushka wear the armband,
Okay.
and is currently in the yard training with Krushka.
Oh, that's lovely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're out in the front sandpit ring, out front of the
Yep.
guild hall.
Both of them in full armored attire.
Yeah, so the both of you have this sort of really hard looking leather armor, right? It sort of has a darker, almost glossy sheen to it, and as you guys walk past the rest of the group, you notice that it hits almost like a shell when it's impacted. It seems to be real, maybe not thick, but hard leather. And both of them have what breastplate equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a breastplate of this really hard, sort of almost shiny leather, and probably like some pads or something for extra protection on joints or areas that would otherwise need some more protection. And Krushka, who you have not seen in armor, actually, Christian, if you have a particular idea of what Krushka's armor would be like.
I know exactly what it looks like.
Perfect.
Except my notes are on my computer at home, so I can basically describe it to you. It's basically the same thing. It's a fitted, hard rawhide leather breastplate covering the underside of Krushka's body, which goes up and around the limbs, and there's a particular similar but more segmented and more maneuverable section that goes along Krushka's spine and overlaps over top of her head and sort of ends in like a point that goes down between her eyes. It sort of flops around all over the place, but it serves its purpose.
I'm imagining yeah. I'm imagining like a giant armadillo or pangolin, a giant pangolin with like floppy plates.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, they're just like play fighting with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Especially it's not. She has her spear out there, but she's not using it as a stabbing mechanism. It's more of a defense and blocking.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and you can tell the rest of the group as you go by that there definitely seems to be quite a bit of coordination between the two.
Yes,
Anyway.
I'm surprised.
The four of
Yeah,
you
she had a badger.
can move along back to the back of the guild hall to Habrick's Forge. He's in the back just beginning to stoke the fire. It's the big bellow. Lalir is actually back there helping him as well.
Picking up a new skill?
Yeah, I mean the big guy here needed some help, and I figured it'll be something interesting to learn. Sort of help me
bulk up?
Yeah, that.
I would imagine it would be an impressive workout.
Yeah, it's hot back here. But, always more to learn, right?
That is true. I was going to say, expanding your skill set's never a bad idea.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
especially in this line of work, working with metal can't hurt.
yeah. Yeah. Practical, vocational knowledge. Yeah.
How's it going?
Well enough. You can just about make steel flat. Yeah. Yeah. Well enough. Yeah.
Takes time.
I was supposed to say, I'm sure Habert can tell you how long he's been at this, even with his extra abilities and skills.
It takes some time. Certainly. Yeah. Especially
Well,
when you're learning from dwarves.
and don't have the lifespan of one.
Yeah, they'll apprentice
Yeah.
for a good 150 years. I'm like, guys, I don't last that long.
Yeah. That's a long time.
But hey, yeah, I made enough nails to rebuild this town twice over, so I mean we got plenty of them. What do you guys need?
Something more interesting.
I'd hope so.
Yes. You remember? I don't remember how much he and Omen talked when they were. You remember the large ROM that was
Yeah.
with here the last time we were here?
Yeah, briefly. We had a brief conversation. Seemed like a nice guy. Seemed to know
He
his
was.
gear.
Yes.
It's looking forward to working on some stuff for him.
Well, that's
I-
an interesting segue.
I didn't see him return with you. So I take it something happened.
Ah,
Yes. We were attacked by the same forces that hit the town.
Mm.
Well, the leader of those forces. Earlier, when we encountered her, something happened to him, and he didn't survive the fight. But since, as far as we can tell, he was somewhat without a clan, we were trying our best to fulfill the funeral rites for his people. One of which is having his ashes worked into arms and armor for his clan, which should.
I heard some people do
would
that.
be us.
It's definitely interesting. I've never worked on a project like that, but I suppose I'd be honored.
And I would say there's, well, no one we know with more skill than you, so it seems like the right person's hands to put it into.
Well, remember that next time you go to Kargnarok.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, yeah, I'll put some good work into that.
We have no doubt of that.
Generally familiar with the process. I mean, people ash isn't that much different than wood ash, so it'll work much the same.
Help whoever got the ashes. I don't remember who was holding
Sure.
that.
I mean, I was
But-
probably carrying most of the stuff back, so sure.
Okay.
I've got them. Because they were in an urn, so it's like here.
Yep.
From what I've read, what I've heard, this should produce quite a bit of metal. So I think some of the
Oh,
exact
yeah.
plans, for it will still need to be worked out, but at least you can begin the process.
Well, yeah, this'll take me a few days to work into the iron. Let me know what you guys are thinking about getting done. I was meaning to mention to you next time we talked, and this, say again, it'll be an honor, but I believe I've just about put together how to fuse a little bit more added protection into the steel.
Ah,
I had thought of something I
Nice.
would like.
Me too. I'll let Akila go first, though.
No, thank you.
So essentially,
like
what he is saying is he is now able to make +1 magic items,
I
or
suspect that.
or
Ooh.
vaguely equivalent minor, enchantment effects.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I would like a new breastplate.
That could be done.
Okay.
Well,
How
we'll
about
get your specifications, get you measured.
Yeah. Because as you've mentioned, Aquila has some highly engineered armor.
Yes, yeah, has to articulate properly.
You mean expand?
Right, yeah. Anything unusual you had planned for it, aside from your own what you do?
I don't know much about making armor, so do you have any ideas?
Just if you you thought you needed any specific added protections or
It's like any additional protections would be nice, yes. I don't know.
we'll talk about it. We'll get your measurements and figure something out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ander wanted to say
Nope.
something.
the new improvements you mentioned.
Mm.
You picked that up from that tome or the book we brought back, or is this something you've come up on just on your own practice?
No, this is something I've been working on for a while.
Impressive.
Yeah. I mean, it's the next stage in Forgebound training. There's Forgebound out there who can make wonders with steel. Swords that practically swing themselves. Metals resistant to different extreme temperatures. Gear that's practically weightless. Well, we'll get there. Like I said, some of them spend hundreds of years working on stuff like that. I have to be a little bit more creative.
Just means you need to be 100 times better than them.
Right.
But yes, I think as for the rest of us, we'll need a little bit of time to think, but we'll let you know.
Holly said she had.
Oh, sorry.
Well, my shield is kind of dented now, I assume, because she's had it for like a year.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking shield would be a good use for the steel.
What kind of shield are you thinking? Tower shield, kite shield, buckler, hoplon.
Well, this one's round, so I guess it's the same kind, really, just with newer metal.
Sure, yeah. If you want solid metal, we'll have to keep it on the smaller side. But I should be able to make that work.
Anyone else have anything? Or, well, I guess Sevgi, did you know what you wanted, or?
They said he doesn't wear armor, so.
Yeah, she doesn't wear
Yeah.
armor. So
That-
my guess. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say that's the same problem I have.
What I was thinking, I don't know if it will work out too much because I was thinking about a metal staff too, but I think that might be too heavy for Sevgi. I don't know.
Ooh, metal on the ends.
Or metal tips. That was my
Mhm.
second option.
Yeah.
Conduct the lightning, yeah.
Yeah, that would be for the lightning and also be good when you hit somebody with it.
Yeah, those were my two options, honestly, but I didn't know if either would work.
I mean, you have a 13 strength, so you're considerably stronger than the average person. I mean, yeah, you could probably make do with a. It'd probably be thinner than a wooden staff, but you could probably have a solid steel staff. Yeah.
I guess you'll do that then.
That's cool. No, but you got to make sure you transfer over that crystal you got.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that's really just like a little chime that you can affix to the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
I retract my previous statement. I need a little bit to think, but
Mhm.
I was gonna say, it's like, is there just any way to make me more resistant to taking damage?
I mean, having a magical +1 to your AC.
I know that
a good
helps.
way to help out.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I mean, resisting extreme temperatures, that sounds nice, actually. Especially fiery stuff.
Go ahead.
oh, I was going to say, just for clarification, when he says, or when you said +1, that is strictly just +1 armor, not +1 equivalent whatever magic items or magic arms or armor. He's not able to work in like. So it's just a +1 sword, not.
He might be able to work in +1 equivalent like effects.
Okay.
He can
Depending-
definitely make a +1 sword or a +1 breastplate, but if you have
Right.
another idea that you want him to work towards, he will
Okay.
attempt to do that. It will come out at least a +1 something, but he might be able to infuse it with more specific properties if you have something in mind.
Okay. That was what I was wondering.
Somebody went blip. It's Tali. Tali has a question.
Yes. So since Tolly gets like grappled and has issues getting ungrappled, would there be a way to like enhance the shield so that it's easier for her to ungrapple herself? I feel like that's kind of a reach,
With
but
the
I figured I'd ask
shield?
anyway. Yeah. I don't know if there's an effect for that. If not, then she'll just continue being grappled all the time. But I
Next
just thought I'd
thinking.
ask, because it has been an issue for Tali in the past.
Mm.
Some cool, like like how Wonder Woman has those little metal arm thingies. Maybe some of those.
Yeah.
Be cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
her bracers.
Yeah, those. I wanted to say gauntlets, but those are the gloves. So
Yeah, whole glove is usually gauntlet.
yeah.
But Van Brace bracers, those are.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Is there any way to sort of like infuse the armor with sort of fire, kind of like the way the swords are?
With Omen being half frost giant,
Oh yeah.
probably not going to take heat-based enchantments very well.
Well, fine.
But on the other side of that,
I know, it's like,
cold-based
but
enchantments
ice-
will take easier. Yeah.
Sure, can try that then.
Hard Knock Dice coming in with a rating party. Hello, everybody. I will try not to deter from what is going on here, but hello, welcome. We have about an hour left. We're making steel out of one of our fallen comrades.
Wow.
Well,
Don't
when
make
you
it
put
weird,
it that
Jack.
way, it sounds bad.
No, it's great. It's awesome. If I die, I want to be. When I die, I want to be turned into a sword. That'd be great.
Actually, I was
So
going to say,
good
this
if-
is a really kind of cool funeral
Yeah.
practice, honestly.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, so Tali wants a shield or some sort of armor that may help her in preventing being grappled.
I
Well,
think she wants
actually,
to replace her Darkwood
maybe
armor.
both. Yeah, just the shield or maybe some bracers. Yeah, I don't want to replace the Darkwood. But if we can make some kind of bracers that can help with being grappled, then that would be awesome too. But I definitely do want the shield because she needs a new one, most likely.
Yeah, bracers wouldn't add any additional AC, but you might be able to do something, provide some sort of magical effect. I believe,
Cool.
I mean, it's usually gloves of missile snaring, but I could see bracers having the same effect imbued in them. Not that you're asking for missile snaring, but we may be able to create different magical bracers of some sort.
Cool.
As far as Aquila, you were asking about. Well, again,
Yeah.
heat-based things aren't going to work, but cold-based things might. He's not
Sounds
skilled
very
enough to
practical,
make.
heading out into a desert.
That's true. I mean, you might. I mean, you might be able to make a sort of cooling effect, so it doesn't prevent the heat; it just helps cool you.
Yeah, but that doesn't serve any sort of mechanical purpose.
I mean, he's not powerful enough to apply a resistance to it anyway, so you weren't going to get fire resistance.
Yeah.
So you may have, say, advantage on Constitution checks based on heat. For
I mean, I
like
wouldn't
exhaustion.
have that anyway from being from that area.
I mean, you would.
Oh.
Well, is that built into your
Well, it's not.
half giant
you won't
thing?
give me the. You don't give me the cold stuff.
If
Because
it's not,
like, it's like, well, no, it's like it's built into the character. It's like, immune to sort of cold temperatures, but you don't give me that because she's from this hot place.
sure, yeah.
But no, we can build that into the armor because meh, why not?
Okay. Zebby wants a metal staff. And Ander is gonna think about it, which is fine.
Yeah.
You guys can get back to me over Discord throughout the week as far as what you guys want, and we can work towards more specifics.
Yes.
Any larger, grander plans for Omen Steel?
That was actually more of what I'm thinking about. I am going to think about that and get back to it.
Okay,
Because
cool.
yeah, I didn't realize until you were explaining all that how much it was going to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were each gonna get something small.
Mm.
Maybe just
Yeah.
one person.
Well, that's the nice thing about it. It's not really going to go anywhere.
That's true.
Yeah.
So we can take time to think on it.
Mm-hmm.
We can take years if we want, but we shouldn't.
Yeah, I'll think about stuff, bring it up in Discord, because that should definitely be
Sure.
a group decision too.
Sure.
Well, that taken care of. Suppose the next thing we should deal with is probably the actual internment. So actually, well, now I think about it, let's save. I'd rather save that for towards the end. I'd like to see if I can get his spellbook deciphered before, so it can go with him.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But I suppose if there's nothing else we need to do as a group, though, we probably have some downtime before the ship arrives.
Yes. But we should see about when it's expected, of course.
Yes.
Which that, I mean, is a pretty quick thing to do, so.
Yeah, you guys can go down to the docks.
Yeah, let's go ahead and say we take care of this, because otherwise we'll forget and we'll miss the boat.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be not good.
Would suck.
What, find like the harbor master or whatever?
Yep, that was my thought. go find.
Yes, you can go find. I will give an inspiration dice to anybody who knows who you are going to go find.
Oh,
Give
I
me a
know it was
second.
either a halfling or a dwarf or a gnome person. This sounds familiar because we talked to this person in
Yeah,
the
this was
past.
something that got discussed before. But that's a while back.
Yes.
A while back, yeah.
Who the butts is he?
Spelling harbor wrong.
But I won't pause too long for this. So either you had it or you didn't. You can go down to the docks and speak with Gunnar Goldstomper.
That's it.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
An older dwarf fellow, who is
I was close.
dockmaster and manager of the Census and Excise office, as far as
Right, that's right.
imports and exports and people coming and going and whatnot.
This, that, and the other thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you can go down to his office. It's really kind of a stall.
Actually, yeah, Andrew would be able to somewhat find his way there, because,
Mhm.
well, Andrew and Tolly, I think we've both been there before.
I mean, you can't miss
Yep.
it. You go down the hill, and there is the river, and there is the docks, and there is the building in front of the docks. It's a really small town. You hard to miss a lot of things. But yes, you guys can head down there without any problems and go speak with Mr. Goldstomper. I remember you lot.
Yes, Gunner,
Hello.
wasn't it?
Aye.
Not sure I was with them last time.
Yeah, you're a new one. Actually, a couple of you new ones.
Yeah. Yeah, adventuring life leads to changes, and there's a ship coming in within the next couple of weeks.
Usually are.
One that we're
Specific
specifically looking for.
Figured. Go ahead.
Say Bronzeback?
Bronze back. Ah,
Yes.
yeah.
Iba Pearl something.
Eva Pearl Carver.
Pearl Carver, yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah,
Well, that makes things much simpler.
maybe.
Is there any way you could notify us of the People's Ascension when her ship comes into port?
Suppose I could get around to it. Might slip my mind. I don't really have a calendar.
I trying to figure out what is the reasonable.
I know, it's like, what's a good bribe?
Pull
No
5 gold
platinum.
out.
Don't give him platinum.
Yes, I wasn't going to.
No,
could just-
because that one's
Platinum.
like,
just come back every day at the crack of dawn and double check with you if that would be easier.
yeah, could make a lot of noise doing it.
Usually up that early anyway.
I'm out
Yeah,
here
that's right,
anyway.
you are.
Want to come down every morning? You can help me move some boxes if you want.
Not unless you pay us.
Well, here, and I'll put 5 if there's a desk or something to set a flat surface.
Yeah.
5 gold. Buy yourself a nice calendar, I suppose.
Oh, that's mighty generous of you. I'll do that. I'll be sure to mark to go get you when they arrive.
Thank you very much, Gunner.
I believe they're scheduled to come in. In my many journals, did I write this in?
Probably tough keeping track of all these boats coming in and
There are a
out.
lot of boats. This one, in particular. It doesn't matter.
No, it might matter.
They'll probably get in around the 10th, give or take.
Hmm.
Uh,
And this is what, the second?
yeah,
Okay.
Is that
the first,
10th
actually.
hour or 10 days from now? The 10th stroke
The
of
10th on the calendar.
Yeah, that's the same thing as a journal, right?
Can
Well,
be.
it helps us keep track of days.
Nine days from now, give or take.
Yes.
This guy's accent is all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. He's traveled a lot.
Yeah,
He talks to lots of people with accents. Yeah.
all over the place. They come in from all around the world.
Not even trying now.
Wonderful.
All right.
Well,
Well, I suppose that's taken care of then.
yes, we will keep a eye on the calendar ourselves, but I know sometimes sea travel can be
Unpredictable.
yes. So, yes, if you remember, just let us know. Thank you.
Will do.
All right. Take that off my list. And yeah. Well, I think that takes care of the biggest item as far as our progress goes.
Yes. I think that's the end of the group activities, though, isn't it? Up until the funeral.
I mean, I assume I'll see you at the guild
I
hall.
know, I know, I'm just saying we won't necessarily be running around together.
No, if there's things people need to take care of, I know I have a number of things to look into.
Mm-hmm.
Now would be the
Didn't,
time.
Didn't you want to check out the tablets?
Well, yes, but he's going to go do that in his room.
Okay.
And I assume continuing to decipher Omen's spellbook will take priority now because
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to include that in the funeral.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, I've got a couple things, but I'll, like I said, I was putting out to anyone else if they.
I had a thing I wanted to
Too.
see about.
Meanwhile, back at the guild hall, Mogami has come out to the sand pit and has now requested to wrestle Krushka.
I thought I was with the ducks, which is why I was talking.
Oh no, that's true. You were
Yeah,
there.
I
Never
did
mind.
notice
Never
that.
mind. Never mind.
Which is a goddamn
Yeah, that's
shame
right.
because
Would have been fun to see.
It just
yeah.
popped in my head, so I figured I'd say it.
Yeah,
We could totally
would have been
though.
nice, but
play it out.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, that's
I don't think Krishka's very good at wrestling.
wrestling.
To tearing
there's
things to
claws
pieces.
and teeth.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not really a
Bloody
Wolverine sort of situation.
No,
All right,
I don't.
I don't want to tear
Wolverine-
Wolverine to shreds.
that's true.
I was just like, I don't think Wolverines have retractable claws.
No. Okay. Sure. Ander, give me another. What is it? Intelligence check. Save. Let me look up that feat again.
Oh, okay, for the book. Right.
Yeah, for deciphering.
I was just that was a real fast segue. And I was very confused for a
intelligence
second.
save. Gunnar Goldstomper is actually an illithid in disguise, and he lunges over his desk and starts sucking on the side of your head.
He made it.
Yay.
Okay, what am I looking for here?
Good question.
Linguist? Yeah. I still have Omen in here. I do. I moved him down here.
So if you're talking about Andrew deciphering the spellbook, it's a 19 intelligence check.
Okay, so Andrew, you did make it.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I think there were like two super sharp left-hand turns there.
Yeah.
I was very confused about what was happening.
Yeah, at first I thought that he was going to have you make another dex save against Krushka. And I was like,
What?
what's...
Why?
The train of
Just
thought
before
went off
he-
the rails
Yes.
for a second there. And I think some of us were taken aback at
It's
the
fine.
progression of the way things went. I know I
I was
was.
keeping up.
Yeah.
I thought we were moving on.
We were, it's just...
It's fine. All right.
Yeah.
So yes,
Like,
I
I'm
rolled
with you
19.
now.
I am so confused with you guys.
Welcome to the club.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Sure, Andrew, you figure out Omen's cipher.
Woo.
Wonderful.
It was
Um,
definitely fairly complicated, but Zadok does help you with rearranging some of the letters, and things start to fit into place a little bit easier this time.
Offsite processing.
Yeah, yeah.
Wonderful. Well,
So now you have the contents of Omen's spellbook, which Omen can or Christian can share with you. But I believe there was really only one or two things that rituals that you would be able to get out of it that you don't already have.
yes, I think it was just specifically floating disk.
Okay.
Good one to have.
Could be useful.
Though I do want to go back and retcon one thing, because
Okay.
so before he starts working on the current book, because I was like, let's say he does that night after we get back from, talking with Habrick, talking with the Dockmaster, whatever else. Gonna go back upstairs, go to Omen's room, probably stand there for a little bit before actually going in. And I don't know if it's I doubt it's readily visible, but looking for the previous book, The Remains of the Burnt One.
Yeah, so I imagine as you walk into this room, it's fairly plain, fairly barren. I don't think Omen spent a ton of time here, but
Unfortunately.
on the desk, the writing desk in the room, there is some documents. Looks like an unfinished letter or memo or something of that sort. But the burnt spellbook is not out in the open. But I'm guessing if you dug around into a drawer or such, you could find it.
Yes. Before I started rifling through random things, spellbooks aren't inherently magical, right? They don't show up under detect magic.
Not unless they have been magically enchanted
Okay.
purposely.
I didn't think.
Yeah.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to double check.
Most of them are, or at least most of my NPCs will have their spellbooks enchanted. But
So yeah, Ander probably starting with the desk, and he's not obviously, but I want to make sure it's said, not tossing the desk. Like slowly opening drawers, looking, if there's, once again, as he said, he wasn't in there very long, so I doubt there's a bunch of papers or other things.
Yeah, you curious about the half-finished letter?
I was going to actually ask about that after once I found the book.
Sure. Yeah, it's probably just in one of the desk drawers, like shoved to the back of the desk drawer.
Okay, so yeah, so finds it in there. It's about to walk away, and then yeah, takes a second. Was the letter written to something? My question was going to be: was it written to someone, or is it just like his thoughts, like a journal, or is it in cipher?
Yeah, it's not in cipher. It's plain text. There's no like two-line or anything. But it's only a few sentences. And it's unfinished. But if you read it, it does say, "Hoping this letter finds you in good health. I've joined an interesting group. We've already traveled far and wide and will continue to do so, it seems. I know you wished I would settle down, but I can't fight the feeling that they will come for me someday. Hopefully these new friends will help me lay down my roots. I have." And then it is unfinished.
You bastard.
No.
I knew that's what it was going to be,
Yeah.
but there's no indication to who. Yeah, that's also what I was kind of afraid of. Andrew's going to pick it up, fold it, and kind of take it with the book. And specifically, what he was going to do was, while trying to decipher in the, not incinerated book, also reference the burnt one if there for any parts that were still salvageable, since that was the older book, there was a chance it would have notes or other like thoughts, workings for new spells in it, which would give him a larger, essentially, reference point.
So specifically, as you open up the burnt spell book, you see written in fairly new ink at the very front of the book, "To Ander, for the pursuits of knowledge. May my death or your theft of this spell book not stray you from the path."
Oh man, you son of a bitch. Well, it's even more appropriate that I managed to figure it. It would be more appropriate that I actually did manage to decipher it this time around. Yeah, Ander is probably just going to sit there and stare at that for a while before continuing with.
So you actually notice flourishes in the way that the text is written as you think back to the cipher that you've already decoded. Within those lines at the beginning of this book, you see the cipher unravels. Yeah. And it's the same cipher in this book as the other.
Gotcha. Oh. Well played. All right. Well, now that we have it deciphered, I'm personally, I would say time skip to the next day, because the next step is actually recording it into the book, which I need some materials for. And since I needed to talk to Lorene anyway,
Yeah, we don't have to play this out day by day. So
yeah.
just in the bulk. I mean, in
Okay.
the next week and a half or so that you have, you guys can just let me know. Doesn't necessarily matter what order, what each of you would like to do, and we can play through them as they
Yeah,
come
since
up.
that's still
Yeah, I was like, Keela had wanted to talk to Dr. Lon about if there was any way they could sort of basically take the principle of the fireworks and maybe miniaturize and weaponize it.
Mm. Yeah, we can have that conversation. Sure.
Okay.
Grumble, D&D alchemy rules. Okay. Grumble, Xanathar's table of contents.
So I have to ask Christian while he's looking that up. Was that always the plan, or did you just roll with that just now?
I've had that in the works for a little while.
I'm glad I went back and said to retcon that, because that would have been so much less appropriate if I was just like, oh, the next day he'll go
Mhm.
look for the book. But that was my plan originally, was to come back, get the burnt book, and use that to like help expand, the resources he had to decipher it.
Mm.
And that was perfect. That was good, man. Oh,
But it's funny. He gave you the key right there after you figured it out the hard way.
well, I'm gonna choose to ignore that roll because, like I said, my plan what
Yeah.
just happened was my plan before. So and that is so much better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that
we
so
can
much
go with
better
that.
than
Yeah.
Andrew actually cracking the code.
Mm-hmm.
Is the last gift thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can figure out the mechanics of this later.
Okay.
So you can go and speak with Dr. Talon.
Yes.
Hello again, Keela. Right? You
That is
came
correct.
in near the end of all that with Luteth.
Yes, I did. How is she doing?
She's doing well enough. We're weaning her off of the medication. She should be back to her normal self in a few more days.
Well, that's good to hear. I had wanted to talk to you. Those fireworks that we made.
Yes.
I was wondering if there might be a way of sort of making them smaller and sort of using them as weapons instead of just, pretty lights.
Well, I did actually draw out some schematics for some very interesting contraptions I was thinking of. Let me go get those. He shuffles off into and this isn't in Gemzia's apothecary anymore. He has his
that's right. He
his
does have
own-
his own office.
He does have his own office in the guild hall, so he will go back there, and he comes back with a few rolls of parchment and rolls them out, and you can see what looks like legitimate schematics for
Yeah.
small rockets.
All right. Now I
Um,
do need it to be portable.
Yeah, it looks like he basically has like a handheld mortar system.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you right now, what you're looking at, you have no way of sustaining.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I figured
gotcha.
from what you're describing.
Yeah. I was thinking this would be quite an interesting design for a new a new gadget, I suppose, that could do approximately what you're looking for. With proper research and development, I could probably get something like this figured out in the next 6 or 7 years.
That's it. That's a bit too long. And also, I'm not certain that this would be practical for my uses.
Well, once I get it all properly figured out, I should be able to simplify it for somebody even of your stature to be able to work at a fairly point and shoot sort of situation.
Is there any way of basically just sort of making the explosive part and sticking it on an arrow?
Hmm.
Maybe something where it only explodes on contact.
Might be able to set up some sort of pressure-sensitive blast cap. Aquila, you would know just in your own thought, he is way overcomplicating the situation. If you take like a little bisected glass vial and
Yes, I
it
know.
shatters on
Trust me, I've
impact
thought
and
about this.
two things mixed together, it reacts. But
Oh, I know. It's like, no, because I've thought about this for a while.
he's an artificer. He's
Perhaps we could do something a little simpler than that.
well, sure. What do you have in mind?
I missed all of that because my internet was being weird.
Simpler. Perhaps. Did you have something in mind?
Well, you could take basically a little glass tube or vial, something with an end on it, and stick two substances in there with something dividing it, so that basically when it strikes something, that divider breaks and they combine and boom.
Yes, that's generally how that works.
Yes, but you don't need blasting caps for that. Just use it on a reaction.
I suppose that would work.
Yes. It's like it needs to be something relatively simple that, can be portable.
Well, I don't work with glass a lot. I usually get those pieces bought in. I could set you up with a glass blower here in town. As far as the components, well, Gemzia may be able to supply some things. I can help with some of the more volatile compounds, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Well, he starts sketching out a real simple glass vial situation.
Yeah, basically, describe.
Starts jotting down a list of ingredients that might react in various ways with each other. So yeah, over an allotted
couldn't
amount of
Aquila have
downtime.
some? I would say, couldn't Aquila, with her alchemy proficiency, have some input? And it's like, well, these could work too.
Yeah,
and this would
definitely.
be easier to get a hold of.
Roll me an intelligence alchemy test. Check.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I will record that for when we figure out the rules for this.
Fair enough. It's like, it's not like she's there just to have him come up with it. It's like, no, I want to contribute.
Mm-hmm. So are you going for any particular effect, or do you just want them to go boom?
I'm not looking for like hang on. I guess I'm mostly looking for go boom, but more for the pressure wave of it rather than like incendiary or anything like
So
that.
like a concussion.
Yes,
sort of
basically
situation.
that's the word. So I guess that would be more force.
Yeah. So like a real like a push effect.
Well, yeah, I mean it would be push, but I guess in some there would be maybe some sort of shrapnel effect too. So that's starting to get too heavy for an arrow.
Yeah, and a fragmentation grenade and a concussion grenade are two different things.
I mean, all explosives
All
put off
explosives are
some
going to push. Yeah, are going to have
force.
concussive force, but I mean, mechanically, it's either you do damage or you have some sort of effect.
I'm more
We'll work
looking for
on
damage.
we'll work on something.
I mean, it's like that doesn't mean you can't work on some variants, but
Yeah,
for initially it would be mostly about the concussive force doing damage.
doing damage. Okay,
Yes, initially it would just be about doing damage
gotcha.
because proof of concept before you get fancy.
Okay. Yeah, so you can spend some time working on that.
Alrighty, cute.
Anyone else?
Tali still has to go to her shrine and do some maintenance work on it.
Yeah, let's do
And
that.
other than that, she'll probably be helping out with rebuilding and stuff.
Yeah, so your shrine was along the road into town, into the east gate, just a little bit off from the road, a little bit off from the town. It has been well and thoroughly trampled by about 400 or so undead as they came tromping through this area with no regard for a pile of stacked rocks.
Works.
Jerk zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very impolite. Okay, yeah, it's probably gonna have to rebuild it then.
Okay. Any fancy way you go about that? 9th level cleric lady?
Good point.
I cannot wait until we get to the level when you unlock divine intervention.
I'm like, I was waiting for that too. Honestly, no, she'll probably just do it by hand.
Okay. That's fair.
Just to make it extra special.
Okay. Yeah, you go about picking up the rocks. I mean, they're scattered about the place, but you can go and pick up the rocks. You'll have to go to a florist or a gardener or something to get more plants to decorate the area because what you have there again has been well and thoroughly trampled. So you'll basically have to replant new things, or perhaps get help from a new friend.
I was thinking Shael'uah, if she wants to assist with the landscaping in that small area, then yes. Tali would appreciate the assistance.
Lay that out amongst yourselves.
Okay, well, I guess you'd probably, after taking in, figure out what she has to do, probably go find Shael'uah wherever she is.
Yeah, probably. Let's call it annoying Habrick talking about various leatherworking techniques while he is trying to work on adding ashes to iron or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you
Terrible idea.
you walk up to the two of them, and Habrick is sort of elbow deep in a furnace, with You can see his eyes are closed. He has one arm elbow deep in what is clearly a roaring furnace, and the other arm has the urn of ashes, and is taking them out. And you can see he takes a scoopful and sticks his other arm into this raging furnace, and looks like he's molding things, and eventually takes the other hand out, which is completely unscarred from fire and extreme heat, and there's a small sort of cakeette of omen charcoal, which he sets aside. And Shliva's just next to him, going on and on about leather making techniques and how to make leather more durable and what animals make interesting leather. And you can see Omen, or not Omen, Habrick has his eyes closed and is just sort of, yep, that'll do, yep.
Well, yeah, I'll just kind of look over. Hi, Shliva. Hi, Habrick.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Oh, hey, Tolly.
Am I interrupting, am I?
Yep, that'll do.
I don't think so.
Well, good. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if you could help me. I have a shrine for Lewina outside of town, like by the Eastern Gate, and I had like a nice little rock pile with like some plants and stuff, and it got trampled by the army when they came in. Do you mind helping me replant the area?
Yeah, I could do that. Do you have any plants picked out? Do you know what you want it to look like?
Uh, nothing specific yet. I was just kind of gonna play it by ear, honestly.
Who's this Luna
Lewina?
Enya?
She is the patron saint of elves. So she's where I get my magic from.
Oh,
Yeah, she's super cool. I like her a lot.
yeah, I think I could help.
Hey, it's this way. Mm, I
Krishka
like a
can
note.
come too, right? It's not like
Oh yeah.
okay.
No, it's outside of town, so there's lots of space for her to run around if she wants to. Maybe if I need any help digging, we can let her help us
Oh
too.
yeah, yeah. We can both help with that. Yeah, so
Head over to the shrine.
bye,
You don't ever
Haverick.
really.
Yep,
See
interesting.
you later, Heber.
All right, you head
I
back
never
to the
really
shrine.
did put any thought into what exactly kind of plants are around it. I guess just like shrubs. As you find in a forest,
Oh,
bushes.
is it actually in the forest or is it?
No, it's not too far from the edge of town. It's just kind of off the side of the road, but it's a place where I like to like meld, like religious thing is like mixing civilization with nature, so it's a place where I can just bring everything together.
Hmm.
And some civilization and just get together and make a shrine.
And do you go there? Do you go there every day or
Uh,
sometimes?
while I'm here, pretty much, yeah. I don't really sleep much, so I have extra time, and I'm here to meditate sometimes.
Yeah, Krishka and me sleep a lot.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of
Sometimes we
animals do
don't
sleep
sleep
a
at
lot.
all.
but then we sleep a lot. We walk around all over the place.
Yeah, I tend to spend a lot of time walking around towns and stuff, Usually at night when everyone else is sleeping and I have nothing to do, so I'll just wander around and see what I can find. Never really much going on though.
When we get to the shrine area, I don't remember. Was an acorn? Did that tree start to grow yet?
It should be. Actually,
Yes, actually. It did start to sapling a while ago, and amongst all the trampling, it wasn't immediately evident, but Shael'uah, with an eye for nature, you do see that there is what looks like a very injured baby tree, sort of trampled down. Not even to a point where it has bark yet. It is just what would be a fairly stiff, plant shaft, which was trampled and bent and has been largely almost snapped in half. It's really not doing good.
Sweet. I'm going to run up to it immediately and begin casting Cure Wounds on the sapling.
Okay.
does that do anything for plants?
I don't see why it wouldn't.
Yeah, for
If
for the
it's
sake of
bent,
narrative.
shouldn't we straighten it first and then cure the wounds?
That is true.
Then it'll just start growing crooked, and it'll fall or
And
something.
then you have to go see a
Like Leaning
doctor.
Tower of Pisa. So we gotta, get it to a chiropractor, to realign. Yeah, so yeah, Tully would, I guess, help hold it in place while Fleva cured the tree's wounds.
Okay. Yes, you can go forward and pump some healing energy back into the plant, and with Tali's help, getting it back into the proper shape. The wounds heal over. Some of the color returns to the stalk, and the little bit of leaves that are starting to pop up.
Yeah, the whole time I am casting these spells, I'm calling out to Judis to return life to the soil and this sapling.
There's no one around, is there?
No.
Okay, good.
So did you think about what kind of plants? Did you just want it to look like? You said you wanted it to be a meld between society and the forests, right?
Yeah.
Shleva's gonna hold her hands out to Tali to like beckon her to hold her hands.
Okay, I do that.
Now,
What are we doing?
repeat after me.
Sure.
Bless these lands, Judas.
I'm gonna replace Judas with Lewena. Probably work better that way. So, bless these lands, Lewena.
Help these plants rise from the ground to trample those who've trampled them. Reclaim the nature around you.
And I am going to be casting plant growth.
Okay.
Not the long version.
All right, 8 hours later.
So all normal plants in a 100-foot radius become thick and overgrown.
Okay.
100-foot radius from this shrine.
Yes. Fortunately, that is still outside the walls of the town, because I do remember Tali put it a little bit away.
Yeah.
Yes. So as you were doing this, almost immediately, because I believe it is still only a 1-action spell, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shael'uah completes this invocation, and you can see there is no breeze, but the grass sort of flows as if there was a breeze, and you can see as it moves back into shape, it's a good 2-3 inches taller. You can see a number of other small plants begin to bud out of the ground, from various types of weeds. Actually, a lot of farm crops that plant matter and seeds were migrated from the feet of the undead that trampled through crop land and into this land. So you see a number of what are now going to be wild, potatoes and onions and various crops and whatnot begin popping up all over the place. And the tree sapling that you had just repaired does get a little bit taller. It grows to about 3.5 feet or so. Branches begin shooting off from the main stalk. The greenish color starts to solidify and begin turning to bark, begin to get a little browner, darker in color. The leaves form into a sort of spiky oval shapes, almost teardrop shape. And the plant is looking quite healthy.
Cool.
If you would like to look it up and see what it is that you have planted, it is an Italian cork oak.
Nice. Italian.
Or
cork
Genavian cork oak.
Close enough. This happened in a vision last year
Mm-hmm.
where the tree kind of grew all the way up and then it shrunk again.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a vision. Good of the future though.
But it will take some time before this tree grows to its full glory.
It's a cool tree.
Until they strip it for cork.
And then it grows back.
I know.
Yeah. So
Well, that definitely takes care of the nature part. Now I just need to add some, society/civilization, and it's good to go.
Sure.
Thanks, Shliva.
I
Appreciate
can
your help.
always come back and cast it again if you want.
Oh no, this should be fine. This is actually probably just enough.
So in about 150 to 200 years, you'll have an adolescent cork tree.
Wow, those things are old.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Elves live that
Yep.
long.
Yep, she'll be around for it.
Heck yeah.
None of you guys will.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, so you can rebuild the sort of rocky shrine. If you would like, you can terrace it so that it is almost like a mini arcology.
Yes, Tali would do that.
Make a stone platform and then have Shael'uah help you grow some grass and plants over that, and then stack a smaller stone platform on top of it and grow another tier of grass and plants, and eventually you get this sort of probably good 6 foot tall mini arcology tower.
Tali would be all about that, yeah. Yeah, that's probably what she spends at least that day doing.
You can even leave some spaces in it for things to move in and out of. So creatures may be able to come in and make a home.
Like that squirrel that visited me that one time. Cool.
Okay. So you spend a couple days doing this, because even with Shaliva's help, it will probably take some time to get it all built and properly nourished and grown over. As you are walking away, your shrine completed, newly dedicated to Lewena, you begin walking away, and there is a breeze behind you, and you hear a... If my mic picked up any of that.
Like little... Yeah. Aw, it's the squirrel.
You turn around, and there is a squirrel on the top of this thing who kind of perks its head up like meerkat style, looks over at you,
Aw.
sits up on his back legs, scurries down and into one of the holes.
I have to bring a snack for that squirrel next time.
All right. Is there anything else we want to cover before we wrap up? We will get to Omen's proper funeral next week, but if there's anything else you guys want to cover.
I do have a couple things, but I think they might be longer than well, what we have time for.
We'll do it 7:02.
Yeah.
Today flew by.
So I guess we can pick those up next time. Anders probably going to be checking in on Luteth occasionally, like every other day or something.
Okay.
And then I needed to go talk to Lorene to see if she wanted to work with Ander on the tablets, and B, to see about procuring some of the inks and materials I would need to copy those spells into my book.
Okay.
Like I said, I have them written. I have all that written down, as you suggested. Smart
It'd be
ass.
harder to get that ink without somebody who can legally buy it.
That's why I'm going to Lorene for it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. That was just a thought, because I remember before it was... I think before you got it from Linnea.
So we can pick that up next week if we want.
Sure.
Because I imagine there's going to be some conversation about working together.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I don't know whether I think the session flew by or dragged on. We're at the end.
Yeah.
So that's the time we got. I think anything more we decide to do, we'll take a full scene's worth of time. So we'll save that for next week. Yeah, there are things there are plenty of things that we can get to next week. We got Omen's funeral sort of part 2, and we'll get to part 3 next week. It is definitely an ongoing process, a rather long funerary process that the ROM have. And we'll get to see the bronze back and meet Captain Eva Pearlcarver.
Yes, I'm excited to see what she's like.
Yeah.
Dwarves are fun.
Pirate.
Sailors are fun. Dwarven sailors. Ander might die on this trip.
Thrown overboard.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one way. I was more thinking just you know, drinks more than his body can handle or something.
Yep. Yep. I'm trying to be a
Then
drunken
falls
sailor.
overboard.
Yep.
Yep.
Trying
Okay.
to match dwarven sailors in their festivities seems like it could be.
Yep.
Hazardous to your health.
And then Ander dies of alcohol poisoning. A glorious, fitting end to our heroic adventures.
I mean, frankly, of all the ways Ander could die,
Glorious.
partying down with dwarven sailors is about the best way.
Sure. Sure.
Up until they call your corpse a
happiest
lightweight.
Okay. Well, that's about all we have for today.
Yeah.
So we will pick up next time with all of that. I do have some already some of that planned for next week, as well as good ideas for things to continue with, continue exploring that your characters have brought up and that you wanted to do. So we will try to work towards prioritizing things that you guys are interested in. So throughout the week, if you guys have ideas that you would like to see, please let me know and we can work towards those, because I'm usually just guessing what you guys are going to be into and it's hit or miss. So thank you all for hanging out with us. Thank you all of my players for being here as always and putting on a good show. And we'll be back for this next week, and we'll see how much progress we make towards Sanket, moving across the sea one way or another, and into the completely different province of Sanket, as we move towards tracking down the seducer of Persicus and the cult of worms that may already have nefarious plans for whatever that is. So thank you for watching. We're going to go do an after show and hang out and talk nonsense and whatnot. Stay tuned throughout the week on Discord and Twitter as to, random thoughts and musings I might have, questions I might pose. I want to get back into Twitter. I took a few weeks off for my own sanity, because Twitter can be a whole thing for somebody who has, up until now, not had any part of social media. But I plan to make that a bigger presence, to reach out to more people. So if you know people who you think would be interested in this show and our community, send them over to Twitter, send them over to our Discord, and of course have them follow us here. Yeah, so look for us on there throughout the week. We're gonna have our normal sort of hangout sessions. Monday we play XCOM. Tuesday I may or may not be in space over at twitch.tv/Studio Tembo with some Star Trek adventures.
Getting to not shoot robots.
Getting to not shoot robots. I really want to shoot those robots. Either shoot or hack. I don't care which, but I was promised murderous alien robots. I want some murderous alien robots, one way or another.
I was gonna say, do you want murderous alien robots or to murder alien robots?
I mean, one or the
is
other.
that yes.
Yeah. Both will be fine.
Maybe you can hack them to shoot each other.
Yeah.
Get both.
Oh, that'd be cool too.
Commandeer that gigantic alien mech that was in the last episode.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
And Wednesdays.
Store that in our cargo bay. Wednesdays is usually Wednesday world building. I will let you guys know if I will be doing that on stream or not, because I do have a lot of behind the scenes planning for Sanket that I feel needs to be behind the scenes, because it will be spoiler material and fancy reveals and whatnot. So if I feel like I need the extra time to do that, I may do that. But I would like to do some Wednesday world building, get back to exploring different cultural perspectives. Were you going to say something, Taylor?
I was gonna ask, is there a way that I can get some additional information on Sanket, since my character has been there?
Sure. Hit me up on Discord if you have any specific questions, but I will try to get you basic information.
I was gonna say, it's like, I'm not asking for the super secret stuff or even just the
Yeah.
regular secret stuff. Just, stuff that somebody who's lived there for a few years would know.
Yeah. I'll let you know. Again,
Yeah.
if you haven't, reread the section in the character guide.
Yeah, I will.
That's basic stuff.
It's like, that's still pretty that's still even more basic.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll talk about it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Thursday, we're now playing through Hades, so you can come watch me play Hades and be an angsty teenager and complain about my college mythology course. And then next week, we will be back here on Saturday for our normal episode of The People's Ascension, where we should get to some high seas adventures, perhaps. We'll see.
So, hoping we at least get on the ship next week.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Look, we've managed to stall plenty before.
Yeah, and my timing was off today. I think my time. We'll discuss things in the after show. I have things.
Yeah.
I have things to say in the after show. So if you're interested in the things I have to say in the after show, head over to Patreon and for what I think is a.
It's $5, right?
Yeah, $5, I believe. So
Just $5.
yeah, just $5. It helps out the channel a lot. We any support that we get will go towards bettering the channel, getting emotes and badges and character art for our fantastic characters, proper logo, and perhaps even work our way up to intro reels and all kinds of stuff. I have all kinds of stuff that I have planned, and eventually leading into more content. So if you like the show and you have the means to support, and I know it's a crazy time out there, financially and otherwise, but if you like the show and you have the means to support, please consider dropping some bits in our martini glass over on one of these sides, over there, over down there, between Shael'uah and Tali. We're heading over to Patreon, where you get a number of things, and that number of things will continue to grow with the channel and with the amount of support and the size of the community. So we're gonna go do that. As always, I wish everybody a good week and to stay safe and healthy and happy. So until whenever we see you again throughout this week, have a nice week, and check back for more People's Ascension. Bye, everybody. Heart tomato.
Bye.